What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, February 15th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, not copyright music. I just barely saved it, chat. I just barely saved monetization. Oh, okay, we're still viable. We're still viable. Just barely. Simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Whoa, okay. Made it. It's time, chat. It's time. Just in time for all of chat to turn into dream characters. I am on. Both mentally, physically, and, well, I don't know, something else, possibly, as well, chat. I don't know, I'm just, we are on at this time. Unfortunately, I am, like, literally halfway around the, Earth from, most of you in the US. But yeah, we gotta wake up and we gotta talk about the DERSH, because the DERSH was on Piers Morgan, I think at the request of Bassem Yousseff. I think that's how this engagement actually happened. I think this is how it went down. Right? Is that Bassem is a good friend of Piers. I think Dersh is too. I think Dersh zesty. Well, I've got the zest for life, if that's what you mean. Like, right? You know, the that's for sure. Or it might just be because I took a swig of this guava juice, which is quite zesty in its own right. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, I've been imbibing in the liquids here. Oh no, I've got something actually really cool today. I don't usually get dessert, but I've never seen anything like this. Have you? This is dessert, chat. It smells like rice. Yeah, it smells like sticky rice. So I'm thinking it's some kind of rice, gluten-based dessert. I don't know. It looks delicious, and it's obviously colored by the butterfly pea flower. Joie de vivre? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to live a life, but yeah, keeping people way too long. So I'm gonna try to make it short and sweet, both because I know that you gotta get to bed at some point if you are not in bed watching already, and that I need to get to class after this. I do have a hard out, so I'm gonna try to is it mochi? You know what, it might be something similar to mochi, although I'm trying to think, how does mochi smell? You know, I've usually, when I get mochi, it's frozen, so I never really got a sense of the smell of mochi. To me, this just reminds me of like sticky rice smell. But yeah, mochi is like what, pounded rice flour. You to make it mochi, to make it all gelatinous the way that mochi is, you gotta like pound that stuff like just for a long time, I think. But it's really delicious, so I guess that's why it's done. But yeah, we are just getting ready to jump into Piers Morgan, Bassem Yousseff. Actually, so what this is it's gonna be Piers talking to Ryan Grimm. I may or may not skip that part. I do really respect, and I'm so thankful for the work that Ryan Grimm has been doing on this Epstein stuff. Drop site news has been amazing on this, but I suspect that you and I have probably heard most of what Ryan has had to say, that he's going to say to Piers Morgan. Yeah, you know, actually, I'm kind of curious about like the one side of politics, or the one side of politics. A side of politics I don't know much about is British politics, right? I mean, I observe, I pay attention to it, but I don't think that just as it's difficult to really say that you understand politics, American politics from a British perspective, right? There's a lot of people who claim to do so. And, oh gosh, Chad, I don't know. You know, I'm probably talking to some of the British audience right now, right? Probably talking to some of you. And I can say, you know, for the record, that some of your, you know, some of the British sources on American politics, they're a little sus, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how well some of these people understand American politics, but you know, it's you know, it's possible. And ultimately, chat, we should all strive to like unify the struggle, you know, globalize the struggle, and to really you know, forge bonds of solidarity across borders, right? Because that's the only way we're going to get to a better political place than this, right? Grimm's reporting is amazing, but he can be better summed up by reading an article. Oh God, you know, I hate to say that, Direful, but I think you're right. Watched LBC every morning from the day before. It's really interesting, and I'm not saying that it's not possible for somebody like, you know, from outside the United States to come along and actually have a perspective that you're just not going to see, right? An important, a crucial perspective, a crucial insight. That is absolutely possible. That does happen, but yeah, it's not. I fear for Brits who consume like all of their U.S. politics through, you know, through British sources. Just depending on the source. Depending on the source. Canadians don't understand American politics, and I don't blame them. Well, American politics, goddamn. Like, I feel like, you know, I'm having to excuse American politics. I'm having to explain American politics, not in the sense that, you know, it's so complicated and nuanced, and we're such, you know, unique individuals here in America. We're on new forefronts of political consciousness. No, it's more like I can explain why it is a country that branded itself as a shining city on the hill, an example for what we call the free world, right? For the part of the world that cares about things like freedom of speech, a pioneer, as it were, in democracy. And yet the politics of today are so shockingly unresponsive to the views of the people. Now, there's like for the good and for the bad, right? There's a lot of people out there, you know, when we talk about populism, right? That was oh my God, chat, I didn't realize how loud the music was. It's making me yell so loud. I mean, what is commonly called populism is a heterogeneous mixture of both left-wing and right-wing ideas. I guess the, you know, connecting fabric, the connecting thread being that these are not, you know, these are not ideas coming from elite sources. Although with the right populism, with so much of that being run through Steve Bannon, I gotta really question that. I gotta really question whether right-wing, you know, populist politics is really not just another mechanism of control by the elite. Of course, right-wingers would say the same thing about left-wing politics.
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Nah, Canadians are just as FASC. Canada is just the West Wing kinda FASC instead of a burger punk ride.
True, Davy, but in terms of like the discrete mechanics of our politics in the U.S., right? Like the reason that shit is unresponsive, the reason that people can be like, I don't know, 80-20 for some issues and there not be any movement on them. I think that's the part I have trouble explaining to Canadians. Yeah, you know, Canadians, Europeans, Canadians, all of it have been part of, you know, been kind of folded into the imperial project of the global hegemon, or at least the prior global hegemon, now as we see it kind of doing itself in, right? Its own excesses, its own tendencies being magnified and parodied through Trump to a point that is downright self-destructive, objectively self-destructive, right? Now, I don't know, maybe the Trump people would propose that it's destroying, that which it's destroying needs to be destroyed in order to, in order to bring about a new world order. God damn it. Here we are again, chat. Here we are again. That's what people are talking about, though. Like, right, with Trump and, particularly countries adapting to the kind of mask off, the mask off imperialism of the Trump administration, right? It's causing a huge shuffle in global politics as well. I don't love the focus on populism because it doesn't exist on the right. That's the whole thing. It's a mishmash of stuff that is really, to the extent that people are aware that the super wealthy are get away with what Epstein has gotten away with, right? I guess some consciousness, I guess, of populist consciousness maybe exist on the right. But you're right, Kaylala, it always gets funneled, doesn't it? It always gets funneled into something that is objectively harmful to the people, right? Which, you wouldn't think to call that populism, right? You could make an argument for especially a nationalist argument for Trump's trade policies, for instance, but you cannot make the argument that those policies are benefiting the American people. It's really clear that they're not. It's really clear that they're compounding a pre-existing problem that ironically enough kind of contributed to Trump's election, or at least the lack of perceived concern for that problem by the prior administration empowered Trump's second administration. Yeah, the right always falls in line with authoritarianism. Yeah, they got guys like Bannon and Epstein just applauding any emergent like consciousness, right? Even from people that are, conservatively aligned, right? It's going to be, siphoned and diverted into a different kind of project. This is the whole thing. They talk about this stuff, right? I feel like the tech bros even talk about this stuff. The need for another, the need for an enemy, the need for that friend-enemy distinction. It all comes back to Schmidt, doesn't it? By which you're able to deflect the true responsibility for the immiserated state of people's conditions right now, even in the United States, even with all the sort of imperial clout that translates into a at least treats, right? That's the thing about the United States. Even if stuff sucks in the past, during the American century, right, post World War II, the United States has always been very concerned with providing treats for its subjects, its imperial, the subjects in the imperial core. Let's just make that distinction. But yeah, I'm kind of wondering about Piers Morgan himself. In Schmidtification, narwhal by nature, that is the word of the century right there. But yeah, hood off. Anyway, wait, I think I got started. I'm trying to remember what chat I was even responding to. Oh yeah, Canadians being. Well, their Burger Reich is. Wait, what is it? It's like a what's the donut place, chat, that everybody likes in Canada? Maybe theirs is not the Burger Punk, right? Maybe theirs is the donut. What's that place called, chat? The really famous. It's like somebody's name in Canada. I think it's a donut place. I don't even know how to Google it because I don't know what I technically don't know what I'm talking about. Tim Hortons. Thank you so much, sweetheart Scott. Yeah, Tim Hortons. That would be. Wait, what does Tim Hortons make? Is that a donut place? Or a coffee place? What exactly? I gotta admit to you, chat. I've never been in a Tim Hortons. Whoa. Everybody knows it but me. Everybody's answering. Don't all answer at once. I gotta remember to take the delay off so that you can. It's mainly coffee. It's a convenience store. Oh. Why did I think it was like a donut place? More about British politics. They don't like populism. They just label it lying. This might be for a response to Nazism or in order to make room for a British concept of socialism, which is very liberal, very Orwellian, and non-literary. Oh my God, what am I saying, chat? No, it's donuts and coffee. Okay, it's breakfast. It's like a breakfast McDonald's. Oh, okay. So it is a restaurant, right? It's not just like a convenience store, a corner store, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know either, Narwhal. I'm not Canadian enough to know. I don't know if I'd be allowed into Canada. I do speak a good bit of French, a decent amount of French, but that and a fucking undergrad degree is all I got going for me at the moment. So, and from what I've heard, it's a little bit hard. I don't know if I could afford Canada, right? Canada is like dealing with a lot of the same, crazy cost of living that the U.S. is. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know if I could afford Mexico. But we're not in Mexico, chat. We're in Thailand, and I guess I can afford it for now. I'm trying my best. Anyway, Davi, thank you for the super chat. We got to get. It is a fast food chain according to Google. I didn't know. I just knew it was like abundant, right? So yeah. But what is their main thing? What is the main? You get donuts and coffee? Yeah, I don't know. The donuts and coffee Reich sounds better than the burger Reich. It's probably slightly easier on the carbon footprint, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, we got to get going and talk about Piers and Bassem. And yeah, I kind of gotta. It's one of these shows, chat. When I come on late on a Monday or a Friday, I gotta make it short and sweet. So I've whittled it down to one topic, even though I got a lot to talk to you about. Yeah, you can probably guess where the populism, has gotten into my mind. There was recently a conference on populism in Munich, or what is it? München is how you say that in German. Yeah, Munich, and AOC gave what I'm told is a pretty good speech there. Was she on a panel, chat? Did AOC get on a sus panel? Did AOC get on a panel with a bunch of European far right weirdos? That would have been. I haven't seen that yet. I heard about that. And I've heard about her speech at Munich, but I think I was watching the speech in Berlin today. Yeah, she went and she's given a speech at I think it's a TED Talk in Berlin. But yeah, Berlin and Munich, chat. Berlin and Munich. What are we talking about here? We're talking about like the fucking. Isn't Munich kind of like the aw shucks, like German Main Street Deutschland kind of town? For Hitler and the Nazis? What was it? Is it Munich, chat? It was kind of like their little hometown, and then obviously Berlin became, Nazi central after that. It was Bavaria, right? That was difficult for them to. But anyway, yeah, it's these are related to the what happened to Germany, which a lot of people forget. If you are a fan of oh my God, what is it called? Cabaret? Yeah. If you're a fan of Cabaret, you probably know this probably lives in your consciousness. But yeah, Germany was and especially Berlin, was a very progressive place back in the day prior to Hitler and the Nazis taking over, Canada also hasn't divested from Musk and Thiel. They still might succumb to fascism. Oh yeah, God. Well, I mean, I don't know. Hildog's speech was balling. Okay, wait, you're talking about, was her speech in Berlin or Munich, Davi? But yeah, that's going on too, as well as Obama sat down and had a nice little conversation with our good friend BTC, Brian Tyler Cohen. Dark Money BTC is what I call him, because he is the chorus master. He is the music man, chat. He is Mr. Gary Indiana. okay? And he's leading that chorus to try to destroy Hassan, but I don't think it was very successful, right? I don't think their first attempt to, like, you know, consolidate power and take down their enemy. It's so weird, chat, how Hassan became the enemy of Chorus. I talked a lot of shit about Chorus, and Taylor Lorenz talked a lot of shit about Chorus. I don't think Hassan really said, I mean, like, you know, obviously he's not gonna sign off, oh yeah, we should do dark money. Yeah, dark money's really powerful. Democrats need to be doing that shit too. I don't think Hassan was saying anything like that. I just don't think he was very, you know, he wasn't really covering much of Chorus, but I think because of Taylor Lorenz and her connection to him, and so many of the people that actually called out Chorus being, you know, creatures of the Hassan verse, I think that's where you notice the Obama, weak views. Oh, was it? Oh, wow. You know, there was something wrong with something about the recording of that video. BTC is usually very high, the quality of, production quality. Yeah. It's at 3 mil. That's incredibly, well, you know, Obama's not nearly as relevant as he used to be. And I don't think even he realizes that. I think so many people think that it's just like, yeah, Obama just put his shit on cooldown and he could break it out again. And, you know, if he wants to talk about something or platform an issue or raise consciousness about something, then, you know, he can. It's just not there anymore. He let so many of those people down. The people that were the Obama campaign, chat, were not Obama. They were like millennials, right? That were doing door to door for Obama, right? That was the real Obama machine was on the ground, and he absolutely consigned it to the fucking dirt after that campaign because he didn't want it to continue to act as a vehicle for outside pressure. Now that he's on the inside, he's like, thank you very much. I would not want any more outside pressure. The only pressure we're going to take for this, you know, healthcare thing is going to be pressure from the Joe Liebermans of the world to water it down. And that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. That's why people don't fuck with Obama anymore. Busy all weekend. When was the Obama interview? I don't know. When was it, chat? Was it Saturday? I believe it was Saturday. And yeah, it was just really sad, really weak. And, you know, just shows an Obama that's, you know, not dealing with the political realities, not even cognizant, I think, of the political realities of the current day. And also, you know, just still a fucking, just absolutely a creature of the center. Obama had a hand in every bad decisions Democrats made for the past 10 years. Yeah. Can you imagine an Obama that comes out for Bernie and says, listen, when I was running for president in 2008, people said that Hillary Clinton was inevitable. Now you hear those same voices telling you not to waste your vote on Bernie, telling you that Bernie hasn't. Okay, that's obviously not Obama. That's not Obama who would do that, right? But yeah, if he had, things could have gone very different in 2016. Or if he hadn't, you know, kind of stomped out the Bernie campaign in 2020 by coordinating a mass action of centrist candidates to all drop out at the same time and endorse Biden. Right, things could have been different. Or if Liz Warren had gotten behind. There's a lot of things that could have gone differently. Remember the tan suit? Obama always got shit on for the worst things, right? He got shit on for being a guy that he never was. Obama never was this guy, this radical, this community organizer, this Maoist, right? That was, I mean, never was. I don't know. Maybe he was in college when he was writing love letters about how he is, what did he say? Oh my God, chat, I'm trying to remember something. He had an androgynous mind. He believed in the mind is androgynous or something like that. These were the kind of things that he was writing to. And then that seeds the Obama is gay conspiracy theory that, who was it, Tucker? This was some of the Tuckers. When Tucker got fired from Fox, some of the first things he dove into was like bringing back the guy that claimed to have, I don't know, done illicit drugs with and had sex with Obama. Obviously not really anything that you can corroborate with anything else, but you know, it's a great story if you're right wing and you want to think that there is just something wrong with Obama. Like Obama, you understand, Obama kind of is the way that he is in some ways because of racism, right? Like the personality that he believes that he has to adopt is a personality designed to avoid becoming, too much the target of that racism, and yet a target he became in his 8 years. And like shit like that he's gonna invade Texas, right? He's gonna send the military into Texas. Oh yeah, he talks about like, he talks about like going too far. He talks about like, the Democrats need to be strong, but she can't go too far. The example he gives is like invading a right-wing state, a la Minnesota, which is crazy. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's calling for that. But he's pushing back, I think, against a resistance that doesn't actually exist because he's too afraid of shit catching fire. And look, it's gonna catch fire, all right? I just read a quote from a video my Tai Chi teacher sent me, right? He sent me a Pearl Jam video from, I don't know when. It was like, no, it's not Pearl Jam. It's, what is it called, chat? When Pearl Jam and Soundgarden are one band. I think it's called Temple of the Dog. That's what he was sending. But anyway, it's called Hunger Strike. And the first comment on there was like, damn, Chris Cornell got this exactly right. They are, farming babies and eating them. Anyway, it was this whole thing that, and that's the whole thing is something is going to burst out of this whole Epstein situation. We just really, and at first it seemed like with QAnon, right? When QAnon was the only response to that, it seemed like it might just be another moral panic. But here's the deal, chat. It's a game of pin the tail on the donkey, all right? That we play every time with, the disasters, the crises that capitalism brings about, right? And the donkey is the capitalist, right? You're supposed to pin the tail on the donkey, but what happens, chat, is the Republicans tie a blindfold around you. They turn you all around. They get you all dizzy, and they push you towards the nearest marginalized group in hopes that they can sacrifice that scapegoat in place of the people who are really deserving of the ire of the public, who have always been deserving of the ire of the public, who are the next legitimate, valid, revolutionary target, right? They really don't want to let it get to that, and they've been able to deflect. But that's the purpose of it, and that's why we can't have, like, people would like to just have some kind of, a capitalism that offers sufficient treats to, give us some kind of quality of living, along with a less chaotic capitalism, and they think that is what they want. The thing that they don't realize is that the crisis is baked into the cake, and therefore the persecution, the fascism, chat, is baked right into that cake. Somebody made a capitalism cake to replace the feudalism cake, and they didn't realize that one of the ingredients was fucking fascism. Right there. And that's what happens every time capitalism loses its, self-assuredness. It turns into this other guy. It turns into this bad cop called fascism. Anyway, chat, we got to jump into it. Enough pondering, enough pontificating. What did he say? The word that, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Contemplation. Yeah, contemplation, chat. I got to do more contemplation, apparently. But there's time for that later. For now, we got to get to the topic of the day, which is Pierce and Bassem versus Dershowitz. I think that's the real issue. Pierce is, who cares that it's Pierce's platform, whatever, who cares, right? So we got to move on. Yeah, absolutely. Obama would claim to have gay dreams to impress a bi girl. Wait, are you saying he did, or he has done that? Are you saying he would do that, like he used to do that? Or are you saying he would do that, like that would be a very Obama thing to do? Obama claimed he would astral project gay sex so that he couldn't hit on a bi guy. Wait, what? Would claim to have, oh my God. Okay. I mean, there's Obama did a lot of stuff to impress girls back in the day. Like, did he want a yaoi girl? Did he just straight up want a Fujo? Is that what Obama was missing in his life? Did he need a Fujo? I almost think that his peacocking his trying to, you know, make himself more attractive to a you know, intelligent, you know, college-educated woman. It feels like the perfect complement to that would be the Fujo, who is, you know, just found out that mom found the yaoi, and that's what happened. That's the I guess that's the female equivalent of the poop sock, is when mom finds the yaoi. I love Felix Biederman's explanation for Nazism, that it's just a massive freak out by the Germans, realizing that they're metropolitan and effeminate like every Western culture, and then failing. Wait, failing in World War I, you mean, right? Michelle Obama got louder cheers than Barack at the DNC in 2024. His legacy is fucked, which is, you know, though it's not as fucked as it could be, though, right? I haven't heard... No, Larry Summers! I was about to say I haven't heard of a lot of Obama orbit people getting, you know, getting I don't want to say fingered. God damn. I want to use a different word. Getting implicated. There's the good word. Implicated by the Epstein thing, right? But then there's Larry Summers. Larry Summers. The tan suit was such a fit. Wait, what is the and pussy 2 thing about? Such an asshole blames training on ICE violence and said that homeless people have to... Oh, God, that was the worst. That was the worst. So basically, look, since I can't cover it right now, let me just, like, really quickly tell you what Narwhal's talking about. We're talking about the BTC interview of Obama. You know, he talks about ICE. He talks in, suggests training as a, not abolition or, you know, anything like that, right? And then with homeless people, right, here's his deal, right? We offer the homeless people, you know, shelter, right? And by that, he means the same kind of shelter that doesn't work for a lot of homeless people. If you don't know, chat, if you're homeless, you can't just get shelter, right? You kind of sign away your life. You go into a place that is probably not going to keep you safe. There's many such stories, right? I mean, so some of them try their best, but, you know, it's not necessarily like a safe place. And you've got all these rules like, you know, curfews and stuff that if you don't abide by, you're just out. If you have a substance abuse problem that is not perfectly solved already, out, right? This is the problem. So why are there encampments of people when there are, you know, shelters? It's because of reasons like that. So Obama's answer is to provide adequate shelter for everyone. And by adequate, we mean adequate as in, you know, overly paternal, hard to deal with, not thought through from the perspective of the people that would be using those kind of shelters, right? And certainly not a way out of poverty. You know, you can accept that, or, he seems to want to, you know, establish, because homeless encampments are such a negative issue for Democrats, right? You just want them gone. Which means that, yeah, if that shelter, God, there's a fucking song. I hate to do this, chat. Fuck. I said I was gonna, like, try to move fast, get through the content, possibly do some bonus content. We're 10 out of 100 on that respect right now. What are we trying to do? Another day in paradise. I don't know a better way to explain this concept that I feel like a lot of people don't get. A lot of people see homeless people, they see encampments, and they're like, what the fuck is wrong with those people? Why are they in there? Why can't they, go to a shelter? Here's why. I hate to, like, Phil Collins, right? People remember this guy for what, the American Psycho soundtrack, basically. He was the favorite one of the favorite artists of of Patrick Bateman, I believe. Anyway, let me just read it to you. She calls out to the man on the street, "Sir, can you help me?" It's called, and if you one in chat, if you remember this song being a hit on the radio, because apparently it was a radio hit as well. She calls out to the man on the street, "Sir, can you help me? It's cold and I've nowhere to sleep. Is there somewhere you can tell me?" He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can't hear her, starts to whistle as he crosses the street. Seems embarrassed to be there. And the chorus, "Oh, think twice, it's another day for you and me in paradise." And then second verse, she calls out to the man on the street. he can see she's been crying. She's got blisters on the soles of her feet. She can't walk, but she's trying. This was written in 1989, right? Look, homelessness has been a problem since Ronald Reagan, a really big problem since Ronald Reagan, right? And I don't want to get into like the policy factors that created this, but yeah.
At DeVicliff super chatted $9.99. NCC breath focus, you were doing so go ODAT speed running the intro, thumbs up.
Thank you. I don't know if that's like a concern that I got caught up in Phil Collins lyrics. Let me just read, because this is the line that I wanted to feature here, right? You can tell that from the lines on her face, right? So you know, she's asked him, is there some place I can go? Do you know any place? Can you fucking help me? Like I'm fucked up here. I can barely walk, right? And he offers a possibility. He actually knows about a place, right? He tells her, you know, maybe down the street or wherever, you know, he knows about a shelter or someplace, right? And as he tells it to her, you know, him looking at her face and telling her, you know, where, you know, trying to give her an answer to solve her immediate existential problem, right? You can tell by the lines on her face, you can see that she's been there. Probably been moved on from every place because she didn't fit in here. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of the, supposed shelters that we have do not do the job, do not fit, do not work for certain people in the homeless population. And under Barack Obama and Gavin Newsom and chat, this is the reason, right? This is the reason that I think, like, I'm really worried about the liberals, all the fucking hutches of the world that are just ready to just give it over to Gavin Newsom. Can we just settle the primary? Can we just not have a primary? Can we just give it to Gavin? That's what they seem to be wanting to do, right? Even some of the ones that are more progressive than Gavin Newsom are saying, you guys, let's be real. Let's be real. The only way that you can win a presidential election is if you have somebody that's really fucking moderate. So even though I don't like his policies, even though I'm disgusted by a lot of the stuff that he does and says and his fucking shitty podcast, I think we better just, like, let's just bow our heads. Let's just bow our heads already. The sooner we all agree to the fucking shit sandwich, the more powerful the shit sandwich will become. It's not true. It's never been true. It is brain rot that comes from the 1976 campaign of, 1980 campaign where Jimmy Carter was challenged by Ted Kennedy. Jimmy Carter needed to be challenged, chat. Jimmy Carter, just, like, you know, for so many reasons, was not going to win that election. And yeah, he was fucked over with Iran-Contra and a lot of other things. But yeah, he was his own worst enemy in a lot of other ways. Anyway, so that's what I'm trying to say here. And Davy is right. I was doing so good. And then I got distracted. But I just wanted to hit that note really quick. We're at 20 right now out of 100. We got to get going, chat, because, yeah, again, like, limited time here, and I want to make the most of it. I want to at least give you, we're not here for a long time, but we're here for a good time, and I want to give you my thoughts on the Piers and, the Bassem versus Dershowitz thing. The other stuff I want to get to, too, the Obama thing. There's so much stuff, chat. There's so much fucking stuff, but we're getting to what we can. I blame Irene for talking about great music. Wait, for talking about, Phil Collins. Okay, good. We got I think he's a good songwriter, right? There's a reason that David Crosby, like, did like an album with him, right? But anyway, Phil Collins, like many people, suffers from being overplayed, and Genesis as well. But they're also definitely Patrick Bateman rock, along with Huey Lewis and the News and all that shit. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. Let's so like I said, 20 out of 100 is where we're at right now. And along with that 20 out of 100, we're 2 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. Let me explain that one first because it's simpler, right? I make a goal every day to see if we can get 10 teal colored or better super chats, right? And if we can, then I put on a butterfly when it happens to celebrate, right? And yeah, we're at 2 out of 10 right now. If we get to 10 out of 10, Then I will put in the butterfly. Let me try to, god damn it, how am I thirsty already? You like Phil Collins? This is songs in Tarzan. You know, I don't know that much about, I think have I seen the movie? I feel like I've seen something by Phil Collins from Tarzan, and it actually was good. I don't know that much. I'm not like, I mean, I'm a little bit into like, you know, I don't want to say classic rock. What is 80s stuff? Do you call 80s stuff classic rock? How can you call it classic rock when there's so many keyboards? Anyway, Tarzan has a classic soundtrack. I've heard a lot of people say that. I think I've seen something about that, right? But anyway, yeah, so this one should say 2 out of 10. Okay, so we're 2 out of 10 on that one, and we're 20 out of 10 on the bonus goal. So yeah, this one down here, the 2 out of 10 decides if I put a butterfly in my hair. This one up here, the 20 out of 10 decides if I stick around and cover some extra topics, right? And we got 4 topics, 4 hot topics for you right now. Hot topics, God. I support putting Alan Dershowitz on every TV screen to make him the face of Israel. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what Piers is thinking about having him on. Like, is that, I don't know if Piers is a very good friend to him right now, letting Bassem get a hold of him like he did. But anyway, so yeah, let me go over the 4 topics that we have for bonus content. This is like after the stream. If we get to 100 out of, you know, if we get to 100, then I'll stick around and do another topic. And if we get to 200, I'll stick around and I'll try to fit in 2 topics, or make, you know, sometimes the topic has to go into the next day when if it's a short day like this, and, you know, we hit multiple topics, right? Then I will still cover the topic. It'll just have to happen the next day. But that's how that works. And then as far as picking the topic, right, I choose the topic, the free half, the you know, topic, which, you know, obviously Bassem Yousseff and Alan Dershowitz today. You get to choose the fun half topic, and you do so by voting. The voting is going on right now. 39 of you have voted already. I wonder if all of those liked the stream as well, because that helps me out greatly. And, you know, if you're gonna hit 1 button, you might as well hit 2 buttons. So hit that other button for the thumbs up to like the stream. But anyway, Ethan Klein's latest cringe is in first place. And now this is something I think about ICE, right? So, but I mean, like, I think Ethan's done content saying, oh yeah, ICE is terrible, awful, we hate ICE, ICE bad, right? But he also did something responding, I think, to the Imaru situation, which, you know, the whole deal with Imaru was her being like, I'm not gonna give a take about ICE, that's crazy, I don't want to lose all the chuds in my audience, right? Imaru's got a mixed audience, and, you know, that puts you in a position, if you want to stay with that, you know, big mainstream mixed audience, you gotta like be real, you can't let your, you know, political flag fly at all, because you'll lose like half of your audience. So anyway, Ethan has chimed in on Imaru, and Hassan saw it, so this is Hassan responding, I think, to one of Ethan's Instagram stories, right? That's in first place. Second place, we got Fox News talking about Hassan China maxing. Talking about China maxing as a concept, talking about the fact that people in the West, right? You know, there was a time like, what, the 80s, right? I mean, from probably like the 40s to the 80s, right? A lot of people in the rest of the world would look at the United States' culture and fashion and music and everything and just like kind of be like, that's fucking really cool. I love that, right? Blue jeans is a great example, right? People around the world were like, fuck yeah, Levi's jeans, right? And you know, that's a kind of soft power when people from other countries kind of look at your culture in a like, isn't that cool kind of way. Well, now we're seeing that happen with China in terms of their, you know, transit, their high-speed rail, in terms of the fact that like a lot of shit in China, when you see like a city in China, it looks like you're in the future, right? And you know, the United States is falling off in so many ways. So much like self-harm is being done by the Trump administration that that's the reason people call him JD Pondon. The reason that people hypothesize that Trump is not a Russian sleeper agent, but rather is a true Manchurian candidate who is, you know, playing into China's hands, essentially, right? Everything, you know, China does nothing wins, right? So that's what the China maxing thing is. People are becoming aware of it, even people on Fox News. And they brought somebody on, I believe, I believe a dissident, you know, from China to scold all the China maxing out there. It's not good. And especially Hassan Piker. That's in second place. Third place, Anna Kasparian flips out on Jink Uygur once again. I don't know what's going on with Anna, but she is, you know, it's kind of hard to gauge like the true nature of a you know, like what it's like behind the scenes, what it's like interpersonally at a place like TYT. If you don't have a like an inside you know, kind of you know, somebody inside telling you, don't really know. But regardless, like this is the second time on stream that Anna's just straight up told Jink to shut the fuck up, right? And it's not like shut the fuck up, I disagree with you. It's like shut the fuck up, I'm checked out on this issue. It's Jink trying to say, you know, all these other people, they're like, oh, we're gonna purity test you. Oh, TYT's not pure enough. And Anna's just like, Jink, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. So yeah, I don't know. Vanguard thinks that she may not be long for the show. That's a Vanguard clip. Chat, we'll watch some Vanguard if we choose that one, right? Third place, cat burglar turns out to be a cat in the most unexpected twist ever. You know, like who's stealing all the stuff? Who's stealing all my items? It turns out maybe it's a cat. Maybe it's a cat. So yeah, that's where we're going. Is she looking for an escape hatch? I can't say for sure, but she is not happy, right? Not happy right now. Not happy where she is. And you know, I mean, look what happened, right? She thought she could fuck. She felt, okay, TYT felt unappreciated, right? They felt ditched. They felt fucked over, right? Everybody's fucking us over. You know, nobody's taking us seriously. People have moved on. They're watching other content creators now. And you know, so fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck the left, right? And they were like, yeah, and now that Trump's winning, we can just be like, hey, actually, I'm a populist. You know, Tucker's a populist. MTG's a populist. Let's all get together and be populist. We can work with the right. You know, for years and years and years, I thought these people were super evil, but you know, now I'm seeing some common ground. They thought that was going to work for them. They thought they were going to be like taken in. And look, a lot of people have, like Dave Rubin from TYT got taken in. Jimmy Dore, I don't know. Did Jimmy Dore get taken in, chat? I actually can't. I didn't follow Jimmy Dore's career that seriously after he went fully MAGA. So I can't tell you for sure on Jimmy Dore. But yeah, I think they expected. There's other people too, aren't there? There's like a whole list of content creators who came from the TYT universe and that eventually became right wingers, and some of them, like Dave Rubin, very successful. Dave Rubin particularly financially successful, right? People don't think of Dave Rubin as successful because he's not influential. That's true, but he got a piece of the MAGA infrastructure, right? The MAGA, what do you call it? Like crowdfunding infrastructure, right? He owns, I believe it's called Locals, which is the, yeah, I don't know, maybe kind of a MAGA version of Patreon. I don't know that much about it, but anyway, Dave Rubin, don't worry about him. He's making plenty of money. They thought they could get the bag, and I don't think they did. I don't think they got the bag. I mean, look, they got the Polymarket sponsorship, right? So they, you know, they got something out of it, I guess. But yeah, they lost a lot of their credibility, and they didn't make those inroads that they need to be sufficient to like to sustain themselves off of like right-wing views, right? All we have is a bunch of Nazis like doing cum tributes. Apologize for the image to Anna Kasparian. And it's not what she was looking for, I'm sure. Anyway, chat. Mike Tyson did a Maha ad. It was bonkers. We gotta watch that. What's it about? I feel like I saw something about that. But like I said, chat, we gotta get going. We're gonna be covering this stuff. And so vote on this if you haven't already, right? The vote is open on Twitch right now. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to just come on over and vote. You have to vote on YouTube, right? But you can go right back and watch on Twitch. Just leave the tab open if you want to, really. But yeah, that's where the vote is. So get your vote in. Make sure to like the stream while you're over there too. It helps us out a lot, and we really appreciate it. Super Bowl ads were AI slap. I heard about those. Yeah, I haven't looked at them yet. But yeah, the things that make this number go up are super chats, super stickers. When you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, If you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or on patreon.com/nocommentchick, I'm gonna shout out my patrons in just a minute here. Or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free, if you have Prime, you can hook that baby up to your Twitch account and you get a free Twitch Prime sub. You take money away from an evil corporation, I won't mention which one, and put a little bit of it in my pocket, right? That's what you can do at no cost to you. And you get emotes, and you get to wind the stream. Now, I get it that that's like a little much for, or like that not everybody has Prime, and I'm not encouraging you to get Prime or anything like that. I'm just saying if you have it, you know, that is one good thing you can do with your Prime account, right? If you don't have Prime, it does cost $6 to sub on Twitch. It's like twice as expensive as on YouTube, but you get animated emotes, and you also get to rewind the VODs if you during stream if you want. So that's a cool thing. And so yeah, wow. Seeing commercials is so strange to me now. Me too. Commercials are weird. Commercials have always been weird. I think I just didn't notice until. I feel like commercials are weirder on the internet though. I don't know though. If you look at old commercials, they are very weird. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Wasim, you just got weaseled. Jenny Jump Jump, you just got weaseled. Baron of Baobabs, you just got weaseled. Jode, you just got weaseled. And Gen Xer, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So, where was I at? I was just explaining that supporting me on Twitch also makes this number go up as well. And if we get up to 100, we'll stick around and do some extra content. If we get up to 200, chat, I will probably have to, you know, put that content. I will probably have to put some of that content till tomorrow, but I'll do the best I can. We're at 35 right now, 35 out of 100, so we're a third of the way there. If we get all the way there, then we can get some bonus content out of today's stream as well, and I'll try to make sure that we still have time for it. The other thing I want to mention is that when you donate, feel free to let me know in the chat, you know, and you might have to @ me like multiple times or do like a highlighted chat if you're on Twitch or something like that. Just get my attention and let me know, like, you're like, if you want to put your donation towards one of these topics, right? You can turn your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice, including Vox Populi, which is like a way of saying, I am not, you know, for donors changing the poll. I am for the poll just, you know, deciding what wins, right? You de-emphasize the donations. The other ones you do, you'd be like putting your thumb a little bit. You're like, I really want to see that. I got to see that China Maxing segment. I got to see the TYT segment. I got to see the cat burglar. I got to see Ethan Klein's latest cringe, right? You can put your thumb on the scale just a little bit when you donate, just by letting me know which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content, and I will add it to the topic of your choice.
Super chatted $9.99. Commercials have done more to make people racist than any right-wing talking head. All FASC origin story is seeing a non-white family in a cereal commercial.
All fascist origin story, seeing a non-white family in a cereal. Yeah. So like, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, in general, like American media, you know, sort of like represents the default person, and this is the person that is kind of at the crossroads of privilege, right? White, male, straight, you know, a normal person. When we look at like how many normal people we got, what percentage of the U.S. population is that? And if you actually do the math, it's like 35%. So it's, you know, like I don't know how that got to be normal, but yeah, it gets normalized. And then people that are, you know, like white dudes get so used to seeing themselves represented in video games and movies and cereal commercials and everything. And then all of a sudden there's a black dude sitting eating cereal, and they're like, something's wrong here. Those are not your golden grams, sir. Those are, like, you're right. It's supposed to be a white guy sitting there. But anyway, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Davy, is that like, I feel I'm guessing you're referring to an existing piece of media, but if you weren't, that's a very interesting concept for a YouTube video. I would love to see somebody dive into that. Anyway, yeah, we're at, what is it? Narwhal is telling me 48 right now. So we're almost halfway there. much like Bon Jovi. A Splash Son, thank you for becoming a member. Boom. Okay, so like I said, everybody that supports me on Patreon, you get a shout out. Beginning and ending of every stream. Let me go ahead and do those now. Okay? So shouts out go to JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah, just making sure I'm not missing anyone. Sarah, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayer, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Solipsis, shouts out to can't talk, chat. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Good Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe it is time to open the game, as Darby would say, but we're not in a JoJo episode today. Darby the Elder, of course. Wait, I think they both say open the game, don't they? Darby the Younger is like a video game head. Somebody should do something about like the Darby brothers and Gamergate. I don't know, chat. There's a lot of you know, a lot of video essays that need to be made, apparently. Narwhal, weren't you just asking me about this, right? I need to make a video essay. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how you manage full-time streaming and create a video essay, but we can get created anyway. We can get created. I'm sorry. I'm trying to say we could get creative. Wow, I sound like I'm, you know, some kind of existentialist conversation about getting created. Anyway, not today, chat. We're not doing it's not a philosophy Sunday, although maybe we should have a philosophy day. We gotta jump in to this Piers Morgan, Alan Dershowitz, Bassem Yousseff kind of oh, interesting. Okay, like I said, chat, this starts off with a conversation with Ryan Grimm. I don't know, maybe we can check in and see if it's interesting. I might just switch to later in the I might just switch to like later in the, oh, here, I'm gonna actually go in here. I might just like start off with a debate, right? That could be good to do that instead, but regardless, chat, let's take a look what Pierce has got for us today. I hate his sizzle reels though. Like the intro thing that they used to get you hooked. I hate how, I mean, I don't know, it's how everybody does it, right? But
has shone an unforgiving light on the shocking judgment and tawdry behaviour of many VIP men. We've covered the revelations extensively, not least as they plunged.
Oh, also really quickly, I got a question from Twitch chat way the fuck back, asking like what music is this? That is a classic JRPG called Soul Hackers, not Soul Hackers 2. Don't get it twisted, all right? And the track is called Number X, as in hashtag X. So hopefully, Falcor, you're still listening and can find the song. See, I gotta play Soul Hackers sometime.
The British government and royal family into historic crisis. But many regular contributors to this show and many of our viewers say the media is missing or willfully ignoring the big story, that Epstein was an Israeli operation. That's what Cenk Uygur said. Why is the media not touching Jeffrey Epstein's clear connection to Israel, asked Mehdi Hassan. Without question, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset makes a lot of sense. He had a vast and mostly unexplained wealth. He kept meticulous and...
I guess what I didn't really get to say, and I wanted to say in the intro, is I feel like Piers is the kind of guy. I mean, obviously he's friends with Dersh, he's friends with Trump, right? I'm not British, so I don't. Can we do we connect this guy to Mendelssohn? Right? Do we connect this guy to like who all is he attached to? Like I'm kind of curious about his agenda in this, because it's a little surprising. You know, you'd think that he would try to set Dershowitz up with somebody that is less of a strong debater, because I don't think that I think Piers has, like, you know, friends that are gonna you know, potentially I mean just considering, like, you know, kind of who he's the circles that this guy runs in, right? But I'm not, like I said, I'm not British, just like, you know, British people don't always have the frame of reference to understand American politics. I want to know more about, you know, where Piers is coming from.
Exhaustive records, he obsessively.
Because I would think, if anything, we're gonna get some form of sweeping from this guy, even though he's got to pretend he's like, oh yes, Epstein is a horrible man, and it's terrible that these, you know, the Trump administration wants to hide these files from the American people. Oh no, I certainly hope that the truth will out. Truth will out. But he hangs around with Dersh. You really want truth to out when it comes to Mr. I had my fucking underwear on the whole time? You really want truth to out into the state of his underwear at the time, which was definitely not dry. Anyway, chat. God, that's so gross.
Curated VIP friends who he invited to luxury properties wired for surveillance. He got an implausibly generous legal reprieve after the district attorney in Florida was told, quote, Epstein belongs to intelligence. And the files certainly do reveal many ties to Israel. We know that former PM Ehud Barak stayed with Epstein frequently, long after his conviction. And the connection certainly didn't.
Did we listen to Barak talking to Epstein, and Epstein trying to tell? Yeah, we did, didn't we? We absolutely did, right? The Peter Thiel, he's trying to spell out Peter Thiel. He's trying to spell out Palantir, and Barack would guess correctly, and then Epstein would correct him and give him a bad spelling. Epstein's got to be. What is up with Epstein's spelling, chat? There's got to be some, like, reason for that. There's got to be some, like, I don't know. Always good commentary. Thank you, King of William.
End there. But the current
À toi aussi, je crois.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted. It proves the opposite. So what do the files prove?
What?
In a moment,
Excuse me, what the fuck was that? What did he just say?
long after his conviction, and the connection certainly didn't end there. But the current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted. It proves the opposite. So what is
up with Netanyahu? Every time something happens, he has to come out and be like, this was not Mossad. This was not an Israeli Mossad. This was not an Israeli intelligence op, right?
Files prove. In a moment, we'll debate this with Bassem Yousseff and Alan Dershowitz. But first, here to help answer that question is Ryan Grimm. He's an investigative journalist and co-founder of Dropsite News. Ryan Grimm, welcome back to Uncensored.
So somebody earlier was saying they appreciate Ryan as a journalist. They love the work that he's doing at Dropsite. I couldn't agree more. And they think that sometimes his content is better consumed in the form of like an article. The reason maybe they're saying that is because of, I don't know, Ryan's way of speaking. I don't know what it is, but he does these like frustrating pauses sometimes. And look, I'm, one to talk. I'm sure I have my own foibles in the way I talk. And look, like, I mean, some people get used to it. Like Sam Cedar, for instance, right? Takes a million years to say like a sentence because he's all but somehow we forgive him because that's just the Sam Cedar voice. But I don't know. I feel like the Ryan Grimm voice hasn't like garnered that kind of fan base that is going to ignore the frustration of having to, listen at what feels like a slower speed. But yeah, I think that's what people are talking about is just Ryan's way of speaking and stuff. Obviously, as a journalist, he is pretty just one of the One of the goats.
There are so many files here, and I have noticed just on a almost...
King of Williams says he's glitchy. I mean, I want to forgive him for that, but I do get why people, prefer maybe his articles, or why he's like on the B team with breaking points.
Daily basis now. There's a lot of stuff in there about Israel, about Ehud Barak, about Epstein, and people are beginning to put all this together and saying that actually what initially was dismissed as a kind of outlandish conspiracy theory may well
be... yeah, Darful. I love listening to him, but the slop is better content. Yeah. The other thing with Ryan is it's like...
Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Epstein had dyslexia, which same relatable, but Epstein also had a barbed wire tat, so he might have been a 90 IQ king.
Jeez. A barbed wire tat. Oh, isn't there a what is chat? There's a mortician. I can't remember her name. She's like a famous. She's a big YouTuber, and she's a mortician. I feel like all of chat is gonna say it. Like everybody's gonna know who this is. But she did a video talking about the Epstein, the Epstein. Oh my God, what do you call it when a person's dead and you like autopsy? Yeah, she was talking about the Epstein autopsy, so that would be something maybe interesting to go. Although I don't know, Chad, I've actually spent a little time in a gross lab, not in a mortician's, like not as like a funeral, I don't know, like a mortician sense, but yeah, I do not those are not like some of the more carefree hours of my life. Let me just put it that way. But yeah, I don't think she's going to go into like detail. I don't think we're going to be like doing a show to like how the dissection is done and how the cut is made and all this, once you're in prison, he'd visit you and poke his tongue out while wait, are we talking about Epstein? Watched her video today. I am going to check for her name. I can't remember her name for some reason. But thank you, Davi, for the super chat. Yeah, is Epstein intelligent or not? I always say this. All right? Intelligence is a many splendored thing. There's not one intelligence. There are multitudes of intelligence, right? And so like the intelligence for being able to write a coherent email might be a little different than the intelligence to try to, I don't know, to like puppeteer world politics to the right-wing state that you think would be most advantageous for you if you are a Bannon or a Epstein, right? There's definitely some cleverness to what he and I mean, he's a predator, right? He's got kind of a predatory intelligence, both in the sense of what he was doing to his underage victims and what he's doing to honestly us all, right? Honestly, what we're looking at when we see Epstein is a type of it. I almost want to say he's like a predator and a parasite. You know what I'm saying? He's some kind of organism that has attached itself to humanity and that but I feel like I feel like Predator is a way to understand this guy, a way to understand everything that he's doing, and also a way to understand capitalism. Lauren the Mortician, thank you, J-Fo. Fallen Gemini also got it. Yeah, somebody with an L in the name. Josh C says you're correct. Lauren the Mortician says Fallen Gemini, and J-Fo, you've come up with the correct answer. I couldn't remember her name, but she's a very big YouTuber, from what I can tell. Yeah, but do we think? Yeah, what do we think about Epstein's IQ? I don't know.
Closer to the truth that Epstein may well have been some kind of Israeli agent, but potentially working with Mossad. But you've studied these files in a lot more detail than most. Mm-hmm. What is your assessment of that?
I mean, it's not a simple question. It doesn't have a simple answer. What I would first tell people is just Google or use a search engine that functions. Drop site news, Epstein, Israel, and you'll find a series of stories that we have published already and that we're consistently adding to. But then you can also ask yourself just some basic questions. All right, how did he get an Austrian fake passport? I mean, a real passport with a fake name in 1982. Like there aren't many regular people that can get, fake passports.
I don't know, 1982. Like anybody want to shine some light on this? Was it easier? Were people like a little bit more laissez-faire about passports in 19? I know people were a lot more laissez-faire about a lot of things, right? In the 80s, including predators. Like if we're being real, like a lot of that stuff was still just like kind of kept secret, especially the institutional abuse that was going on at the time, and it would only really be revealed in a large way later on.
To help them travel around the world. Another important thing to understand is that,
I mean, obviously you got the Cold War, so there's some, they're serious about knowing who's in and out of the country on some level, I'm sure.
Three of the people that he is very closely associated with in the 1980s are Stan Pottinger.
He had a real passport with a fake name, so that implies, a corruption at the level of the State Department for what country did we say? Austria? Of course it was Austria. God damn.
Who is a attorney who is known to have moved money for the CIA during Iran-Contra. Adnan Khashoggi, who is like the banker during Iran-Contra, he's moving money and weapons, a Saudi figure, and Douglas Lease, a weapons contractor. He was a protege to Douglas Lease. He was a business.
This is an interesting parallel Narwhal's drawing. Epstein is let me put this on stream so you can read it with me. Epstein is Rasputin with the internet and modern planes. I don't think that that's unique to history. Well, if you're talking about, are there other Epsteins, and I've mentioned this a few times, yeah, very likely so, right? There was probably there were probably other people serving the same roles, doing the same kind of things while Epstein was alive, maybe even competitors, I don't know, friends, allies, who fucking knows, right? And there are definitely, after he, was taken out of commission, there definitely are people that that replaced him. Phil Ron Claude says, "Love you from New Zealand. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hopefully streaming in a convenient time. Convenient time for fans in New Zealand."
Partner to Stan Pottinger.
Working with Adnan Khashoggi is I never know, is it Khashoggi or Khashoggi? Like I hear people pronounce the name. Of course, this is the father of the Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist that was fell victim to the to a bone saw in the Saudi embassy when he went in to get some paperwork for a marriage, which is like a very normal thing, right? If you've ever lived abroad, it like you. For something like a marriage or sometimes for like something like a visa, you sometimes need to go to your embassy and get documents from them in order to do what you're trying to do. And so it's a very normal kind of, I don't know, I guess what I'm saying is, chat, like I'm just like, what happens if I have to go into the US embassy? Anyway, chat, let's not think about that right now. I think Trump was a Epstein competitor, huh? Interesting. They were cousins. Wait, Girl on Friday says they were cousins. Sorry. Okay, I said father of Jamal. Girl on Friday Tuesday is telling me it's the cousin, not the father. But yeah, it's strange if you look into. And I mean, this about American politics, right? Generally, if you look back, 50 years, like there's Kennedys, there's Bushes, right? I'm trying to think of the other American, the dynastic lines in the U.S., right? But there's also, people, that are, in intelligence that, kind of tend to run by family lines, as well, right?
At the time that Stan Pottinger was, heavily...
He was a major... Yeah, he was like the banker for Iran-Contra, right? He's known as a confidence man and a scoundrel. Wait. Yeah, I don't know, Bad Lefty.
Involved in Iran-Contra, and he was, he knew, and he ran in the same circle as Adnan Khashoggi, and he has a fake passport. So, and then he emerges out of Iran-Contra, with enormous amounts of, wealth and power and connections. So, and then, of course, there's the Robert Maxwell connection, Ari Ben-Menashe, who, I don't know if you've had him on your program.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, Adnan was Jamal's, wait. Adnan, this is the guy that we're talking about. Adnan here, right? The guy, so Ryan's talking about, we're kind of like in the 80s here with what Ryan's talking about, right? Wait, Jamal Khashoggi, yeah, his grandfather is Mohammed Khashoggi. So you're telling me that the guy that we're talking about, that Ryan's talking about, is like the nephew, not the cousin? From Wikipedia, yeah. I mean, looks like you're right. Adnan's son-in-law had an affair with Marjorie Taylor Greene, allegedly. Jesus Christ. This shit is incestuous. And with the Trump incest family, sometimes we mean literally, but no, I mean incestuous, in a literary, and not in a non-literal, in a figurative sense. There we go. Saudis did the West a favor by murking Jamal, it seems. Well, wait, what was Jamal into? Other than journalism. Adnan is the arms dealer. Jamal was his nephew. That makes sense. Okay, I think I read it backwards then. He's the nephew. All right. Well, now that we got that straight.
You should, if you haven't. Former Israeli.
Wait, I'm sorry, both? Wait, sorry, what is the both? Oh, both in terms of literary and figurative and literally.
Official himself has said that Epstein knew Maxwell. Whether or not he did, that's an open question. Just those connections alone, and then for Netanyahu to say that, well, okay, he was very close with Ehud Barak, therefore he had nothing to do with Israeli intelligence is absurd. Ehud Barak, played a central role.
Okay, so Falcor says, when you go to the U.S. Embassy, you have to beforehand make this announcement. I am not suicidal. I do not have gambling debts. I don't have beef with the mafia or anything like that. I am happy with my life and would love to continue living, right? That's what you got to say before you go into the U.S. Embassy, I guess. Many companies hid research in the 70s and 80s. The tobacco industry hid research about people smoking in their house. About house fires being caused by smoking, which I'm sure was a huge issue. It's crazy, Chad. If you watch old shit, if you watch old movies and stuff, right? You see the way that they tell you that two people just had sex is by showing them smoking in bed. Apparently, the sex in the 60s and 70s was just so damn good that you had to smoke a cigarette to settle down. You had to have a cigarette afterwards. But yeah, you always see these people smoking in bed. I mean, you wonder what happens if you fall asleep like that. I've fallen asleep with my phone in my hand, Chad. I can only imagine how many how many boomers have fallen asleep with a cigarette in their hand, a lit cigarette at that. Probably the best case scenario is you get a little cigarette burn on yourself. The worst case scenario is you wake up in fucking flames, right? Telling people to smoke outside would reduce such fires. Oh yeah, also secondhand smoke. Instead of doing that, they chose to lobby for flame retardant. Oh, isn't the flame retardant the one that when the wall gets broken? Oh my God, what's asbestos, right? It's got a there was another lawsuit about that in terms of cancer being caused by the particulate in asbestos when it's exposed to the air in a house. My point is that industries and people hid stuff. Jamal was critical of a Saudi prince of MBS. Return to tradition and let me smoke in restaurants. I mean, I know you got a goth club in Seattle you can smoke in, Davi.
However you want to define it. In Iran-Contra, he was I
don't know that they have food there, though.
Israeli intelligence official. Throughout the 1980s, he becomes prime minister, becomes minister of defense. Another top Israeli spy who is a protege of Ehud Barak, Yoni Koren, stayed for weeks at a time at Epstein's apartment in Manhattan. So I think the public hears all of this information, and it's like, okay, I kind of think we get it. What is confusing is that, did he work for Mossad? That part is confusing, because if you think of Mossad as or any spy service as a spy service, like, what is it in service of? These spy services are in service of extraordinarily powerful kind of multinational global networks of individual figures. And so it's not as if, is Mossad or something like that, he was working for them. It's more like, that Mossad was working for Epstein. Now that's putting it quite too simply, but if you understand, the way that power works at, the top global levels, they are able to direct the services of these different, agencies, rather than him like filling out a W-9 and sending it into Mossad.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to unpack there. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the references we've identified that have come from the latest dump of files. In 2018, Epstein asked Ehud Barak in an email to make clear, "I don't work for Mossad," which in itself is quite an intriguing instruction.
Yeah, that you need a disclaimer on that. Wait, chat. I need you to see this. Okay, look at this, chat. Look at the, like, you poke it. Wait. I don't know if you can see this, right? But like the way that it moves when you poke it, it's crazy. I gotta try one of these. Chat, there's a cream filling. I wasn't expect. That's why it moved like that. Holy shit! There's like a jelly on the outside. I think it's some kind of rice. Oh, it's coconut cream in here. Yeah, it's like a rice gluten jelly on the outside, and then a coconut cream inside, and then you cover it in sesame seeds. Anyway, I'm so sorry, chat. I just had to. I needed to. Let's get back.
Former
Yes.
Israeli Prime Minister.
My I don't work for Mossad t-shirt is raising all these questions. Yeah.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's like, why are you saying that? In 2017, Epstein asked Barak if someone had asked him to help obtain former Mossad agents to do dirty investigations and so on. There are lots of these kind of quite cryptic messages going on. I guess the obvious, response I would have is, well, why wouldn't he be? I mean, he was perfect territory, right. I would have thought, for an organization like Mossad, right, to want to recruit, given how far his tentacles spread around the globe, around rich, powerful, famous people. In the same way that when people have suggested that there's a lot of references to Russia and Putin and so on in there as well, well, that wouldn't surprise me either. He was clearly recording people for some form of compromat. Maybe it was self-protective, or maybe he was doing this for large sums of money on behalf of foreign states. I mean, I've reached the point with the Epstein scandal where I'm pretty much prepared to entertain any conspiracy theory until I see concrete evidence it's not true.
I'm sorry, even a conspiracy theory, a very obvious conspiracy theory, including your friends, including Alan. Chat, I'm waiting to see Piers throw Alan under the bus, because I think this is the smart thing to do. The only reason that it wouldn't be smart, chat, is if Alan has got something on Piers, right? At this point, if you've got a friend who's heavily involved in Epstein, right, and you're not, cutting ties with them, you are sus. I gotta say it. I mean, you might not be guilty, right? You might not be guilty, or who knows what they've got, what kind of leverage they've got on you. Maybe it's not, based on like compromise. Sarah, thank you for the butterfly. We are at 5 out of 10. We're halfway towards the butterfly goal. You got how many minutes left? You got 1 hour and 31 minutes left to try to attain the butterfly goal. We are 63 on the other goal as well. So we're making our way.
It would be, you're right, it would be malpractice on the part of Israel or any spy agency at this point not to have attempted to recruit somebody like him who had the access, obviously utterly amoral or immoral in character. This is and knows how to move money around, knows how to do money laundering, knows how to do weapons trafficking, knows how to traffic in commodities. Like this is a very valuable asset. And it's important to understand there's a difference.
Pierce has no loyalty, and well, that's what I'm saying, Davy. I would expect him, at some point to throw Alan under the bus. Oh wait, I changed that wrong, didn't I? It's supposed to be 63. Chat, we're at 63 out of 100, 63% of the way towards some bonus content there, and 50% of the way towards the butterfly goal as well. Has no loyalty, reads the wind well, and he will throw them under the bus. But like the fact that he hasn't, right? Davy, what does that mean? Because in my mind, the only reason you don't throw Alan Dershowitz under the bus, especially if you've got a relationship with the guy, right? That's a huge liability. And as far as Piers Morgan, he's not on a network anymore. He cannot count on like the, the old Gents network or whatever the fuck they have in the UK to kind of cover up if he's attached to something unsavory. It's all on him. I mean, I guess there's nobody to deplatform him either, but you know what I'm saying? Reputationally, I would, if I was Piers Morgan, I'd be very worried about my connection with Alan Dershowitz. And I would be trying to blow that relationship up. I mean, unless he's like legitimately a good friend of yours, right? Unless you personally like the guy, which I can't imagine. We're talking about Alan Dershowitz, chat. We're talking about Alan fucking Dershowitz.
The difference between an agent who's like hired by Israel, to go out and infiltrate or to, do assassinations or whatever they do, and an asset who is somebody who, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And it appears like he's much more kind of in that realm. It's also important to understand.
Dershowitz is very litigious. I think you would rather keep him by his side. Maybe so, but you don't have to, say Dershowitz didn't keep his pants on or anything like that, right? You don't have to make any claims. You just need to any way of distancing yourself from him, would be very advantageous. And I'm starting to think that the people that aren't able to do that because they know that Dershowitz has lasers that he could fire at them. Sorry, I shouldn't say lasers. Considering, sorry, Chad, I'm not trying to imply Jewish space lasers here. I mean, he's got ammo, right? Unless Dershowitz has ammo that he can fire at you, you should cut ties. That's what any rational person would do, is it not? Unless, Direful, are you insinuating that maybe, I don't know, is Dershowitz on his team or something? Dershowitz an ally? He's gonna, do they have mutual enemies maybe? I'm trying to think of any other reason that you would not write this guy off and I'm saying, you don't have to say Dershowitz is a whatever, right? You don't have to make any legal claim that he's gonna, sue you for, you, especially in a British court. You just need to, have a reason that you don't trust him, that you don't like him. You just need to say, I am not fucking with Alan anymore. All right. That's what you'd expect to happen. The fact that it doesn't happen makes me suspicious that Alan got something on Piers.
What he and Barack were doing for the 15 the 5 years or so after he left his office of Minister of Defense and then Epstein died, they were central to the kind of expansion of the Israeli kind of cyber weapons program, which itself.
Wait, Bad Lefty says he had to pay Virginia Giuffre to settle out. So, okay, you said maybe 1 million. Yeah, that claim. I think that's what Bassem and Alan are going to kind of argue about, is the settlement, the Virginia, Giuffre, rest in peace, settlement, right? Because there's still some real. Is Virginia Giuffre the one? There's some real questions about her, her death, right? Is this the person I'm thinking of that, it's officially a suicide, but there was something about a car wreck? Really suspicious shit happening at chat. I think that Piers is really trying to ride the tightrope. He wants to talk about Epstein because it's a cash cow. He has access to the crux of the story. And Alan, I'm guessing you're saying he wants to have his cake or even his modern Thai dessert, which is better than cake, chat. This is better than cake, and it's probably less calories. Like, right? It's probably, in fact, to get rice, into this state where it becomes like a gelatinous, like freaking flan like that, you probably have to. It probably becomes resistant starch. Anyway, chat. Enough about food.
Is very connected to the Israeli state itself.
Wait, Elon was texting her before she died. Is that confirmed, Kaylala?
And has helped shape what web surveillance, cyber surveillance looks like around the world now, because all of these multinational major corporations you've heard of are just scooping up all of these Israeli startups that are themselves filled.
It's not better than cake? I'm pretty sure it is.
With people who came out of Unit 8200, and Barack is one of the key players in the growth of that industry, and Epstein was with him every single step of the way.
Yeah, and there are direct references.
So wait, what is this? Girl Friday on Tuesday is telling me there was a bus crash and there was a bag over her head when they found her. Oh God, I'm just, I can't imagine, chat, what she went through. I cannot imagine.
In the files, there's a confidential informant to the FBI that Epstein was employed by Mossad, an FBI report from the Los Angeles field office in October 2020.
After the election?
Source have become convinced.
Wait,
Epstein was
what? After the election? Elon texted her after the election, the 2024 presidential you're talking about, and before she got into the bus accident. Great. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. There are monsters, okay, in this world. And the only way that we can face them down is together. All right? Because one by one, they will swallow us up. And they have, I'm sure, to many people.
Co-opted Mossad agent. It said Epstein had been trained as the spy for Mossad, alleging he had ties to the US and allied intelligence operations through his...
super chatted $10. If you don't see La Ganja Estranja in Thailand this calendar year so you can tell me how amazing it was, I'll have to make vague, empty threats. Don't make me do this, Irene. Whatever this is.
I'm going to have to... La Ganja Estranja? Is that how you... Because I don't trust TTS to be... I almost said TTTT. No, we're not talking about them, chat. We're talking about... hopefully they're not talking about me anymore. We're talking about... God damn. Now that I've been on shorts, maybe they... I don't know. We can't be so cavalier about that. But anyway, chat. How do you... Is it like Ganya or is it Ganja Estranja? There's a lot going on in Thailand this calendar year that I might have to check out if I can. Right? I've been working and being sick for most of this year, and I really want to do some stuff, some fun stuff in the next year, in 2026. Her family, to be fair, her journo friend Tara Palmieri, who's been on this case. Yeah, there's a few journalists in Epstein that have really, who's the other one? Julia Brown or something, that have really, been crucial in breaking some of these stories. Her friend Tara Palmieri is one of these people. Claimed that there was no foul play. Virginia and Tara Palmieri claimed that there was no foul play involved in her death. But all these things had a massive influence on her actions. I don't know more than any of you. Yeah, it's creepy. And look, obviously her life was ruined by Epstein, and there's every reason that we could imagine, her not being able to. TTS was correct. La Ganja Estranja. Okay, so it is the. Yeah, I'm constantly having to adapt my pronunciation, chat. In Thailand, anytime you got a double vowel, it is not, you don't go from mong to mung. You go from it's mong. It's just a longer like mong is time basically. But yeah, you don't go it doesn't turn into an oo sound. It always turns into like it's just like a longer vowel sound. And then J is J. Anyway, it's
his long-time personal lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I can ask Alan in a moment about that. Also said Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law,
You know, Ryan, you're allowed to. I know you're a professional journalist. Wait, do you pronounce the J's? Laganja Estranja? Okay.
Law and his brother
But we're up to 73 as well.
Josh, the financier, were both.
Wait, let me rewind that. Let me
Now,
rewind that.
There's no independent evidence to
All right.
corroborate in a moment about that. Also, he had been trained as the spy for Mossad, alleging he had ties to the US and allied intelligence operations through his longtime personal lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I can ask Alan in a moment about that. Also said Jared Kushner, President.
Yeah, there's no side eye. That was very professional, Ryan. You don't have to be that professional. You don't have to be that professional. You can absolutely make a face when he says his friend Alan Dershowitz is coming on the show. But yeah.
Trump's son-in-law and his brother Josh, the financier, were both his students. Now,
And the other thing that I really like, my understanding of the intelligence thing from Ryan is that Epstein is necessarily involved in the CIA, Mossad, and probably other intelligence networks by virtue of the fact that these intelligence networks are involved with each other. For instance, Iran-Contra, right? This is a U.S. intelligence baby, right? This was something that the CIA did, you know, in a clandestine manner, and there was part of the operation was done by Israel in terms of arming Iran. Isn't that wild, chat? Isn't that wild? That some of the weapon systems that Israel might be targeting and trying to destroy, or was, you know, last year, could have been given to them by Israel. But regardless, yeah, they armed Iran, the arms for hostages deal, and so, you know, necessarily, if you're involved in something like Iran-Contra, you're not just tied up with U.S., you're tied up with Israel as well.
there's no independent evidence to corroborate that. This is one of many kind of intriguing references in there.
Oh, is it Quaximus's birthday? Happy birthday, Quaximus.
And I should say as a caveat, there are obviously many things in the document dump which are outlandish and just tips that have come in, which, you know, are obviously complete nonsense. But there's certainly enough meat on the bone here. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that has to be made.
Direful Iran-Contra was a side gig. Oh, for Epstein, to be fair.
Clear with all of this stuff. But, you know, the mere fact of his incredibly close relationship with Ehud Barak, and as you say, working on this cyber stuff, I mean, that alone shows that he's certainly very, very close to the higher echelons of Israeli political life. You know, maybe he wasn't a fully paid up Mossad agent, but he was certainly what I would categorize as somebody right in there with the Israeli hierarchy.
That's right. And he's not the kind of guy that needs to invoice for services. Like he's...
So involving Israel, you're saying, was a way of them keeping money off the books in the same way that the narco funding of the project was off the books, handing it off to a different intelligence agency, another way to kind of keep your fingerprints off of it. But I mean, that's how hand in glove the U.S. and the Israel intelligence apparatus works. And you know, it is, you know, speaking of incestuous, right? You know, the world of intelligence.
Far beyond.
Many connections.
Even if he wasn't a complete, you know, he's always referred to as a billionaire, so let's take that at face value. If not, he's worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And what he's doing is he's, you know, striking cybersecurity deals with Ivory Coast, with Nigeria, with Mongolia, with, you know, South American countries. You like, or just
one hand washes the other. Yeah, and look, it wasn't always this way. All right. There was a time in which Israel was a ball in play for the United States and the USSR. It seemed to have resolved during the Cold War to, you know, where Israel was closer to the United States, but which, you know, is essentially what Israel has become, a like kind of a colonial glove, if you will, on the Middle East without U.S. fingerprints. Something that the United States can support in order to empower and, more importantly, to disempower, you know, forces in the Middle East with.
Around the world, and his relationships with the upper echelons of the Israeli government, which allows, which because it is, a state recognized by the United Nations, allows kind of groups of people who otherwise would just be kind of gangsters going around the world to operate, through semi-official channels. He's the guy that's operating in the gray zone, and then in the end you come in and make an official, like, corporate and then state to state agreement. That's how he's getting paid, being the middleman there, not by invoicing Mossad for his services.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast.
I imagine Piers is taking some very sus sponsorships. I would not take his word for it.
With the upper echelons of the Israeli government, which allows, which because it is, a state recognized by the United Nations, allows kind of groups of people who otherwise would just be kind of gangsters going around the world to operate, through semi-official channels. He's the guy that's operating in the gray zone, and then in the end you come in and make an official, like, corporate and then state to state agreement. That's how he's getting paid, being the middleman there, not by invoicing Mossad for his services.
Today's show is sponsored.
Yo, even when Ryan isn't, like, overly verbose or slow to say something, or trying to drop, like, maybe it's because he is trying to drop so much information on us, and that I think so. I think like half of that went over my head. Can we listen to it one more time? Because this is really, I want to understand. I'm not a I don't know. This is not my world. This is not my wheelhouse, right? This is the closest I've ever gotten was like that Cronenberg movie where Burroughs is some kind of secret agent.
Super chatted $9.99. You are so wrong. Israel was always a USA, UK project. Its interactions with USSR was just middleman work for the USA and also to continuously receive population transfers from the USSR.
Really? Yeah, and I mean, they definitely did receive those population transfers from the USSR in some ways to make Israel more white, I suppose. But no, this is from the very beginning. You're saying, Davi, like, right? It's just I don't know. I heard another version of the story where they were somewhat in play and really realistically speaking, playing different sides off against each other, right? The part of the USA needing to needing Israel's allegiance was to keep, I always interpreted was to keep the USSR out of there, right? And they're not, they've got, there's some people with a more leftist mentality. There's kibbutzes there, but in terms of, like, allyship with the USSR, maybe not so much. I don't know. Interesting thing to think about. I'm just trying to understand what the fuck Ryan is saying here, because this last little bit, like, I feel like he put a lot into. I feel like Piers didn't give him much time, and so he had to kind of, make it concise.
Millions of dollars, and what he's doing is he's, striking cybersecurity deals with Ivory Coast, with Nigeria, with Mongolia, with, South American countries, just around the world. And his relationships with the upper echelons of the Israeli government, which allows, which because it is, a state recognized by the United Nations, allows kind of groups of people who otherwise would just be kind of gangsters going around the world to operate.
Which is crazy, Chad, because you understand that it is, maybe officially recognized as a state within the United Nations, right? It has a seat at the table, but it has always been illegitimate. Its very inception what was illegitimate, and like in a more just world, right? The thing which these international criminals are seeking from Israel, Israel would not be able to provide. Like in a more rational, just world, right? Israel's actions towards the Palestinians would have put it in a situation. I don't know. Would have really put it in a more precarious position, globally speaking.
Through semi-official channels. He's the guy that's operating in the gray zone, and then in the end, you come in and make an official, like corporate, and then state to state agreement. That's how he's getting paid, being the middleman there, not by invoicing Mossad for his services.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals.
Wait. The leftism is just socialism for a specific ethnic group, aka just fascism. I'm trying not to make assumptions, of the yeah, you're right. And in making oneself part of the movement of Zionism, right? You're necessarily any kind of socialism that you might be doing is in the service of in the service of really an imperialist, a nascent imperialist nationalist government, right? In Israel. But I just don't want to I don't know, as tempting as it might be, I try not to assume that that everyone in a everyone's on the same page, at least starting off. Obviously that's where that's what it became. But yeah, no, interesting idea that this. I mean, obviously, any project that's not just an attempt to they're attempting the same with India to populate Galilee. Great. Anyway, let's see the rest of this. I'm gonna have to contemplate and maybe do some more reading on the early Israeli, the early Zionist movement.
Really know where the vast amount of Epstein's wealth came from. From everything we're gleaning from these files, what is your best guess?
Well, you have to understand that during Iran-Contra, hundreds of millions, eventually up to a couple $1 billion, were stashed away in these secret slush funds that were controlled.
Yeah, Narwhal, Davi, I don't think Davi is saying that Israel is playing multiple sides. I think what Davi is saying, which is a little bit of a revelation to me, if true, is that Israel is playing the USSR while being firmly entrenched within the United States, the U.S. UK special relationship access, if you will, right? The Anglosphere, I don't know, maybe you could call it, right? If I understand Davi correctly, right? It's not about playing multiple sides, as in, we're really up in the air, we might land on either side. It's playing both sides, but with the intention of supporting one. Read Goliath. It's an amazing. Wait, who's that by? Goliath. It's amazing about the more open right-wing push of Israel.
Mostly by the Israelis, because the Israelis were the middlemen of the CIA, had their own slush funds as well that were coming off of the.
But no, Narwhal, that's what I thought too. I mean, like what Davi is saying is kind of like an interpretation I haven't heard, and I want to look into.
Profits that they were making from basically upselling weapons to Iran. Think about that, by the way. Netanyahu is here in Washington today urging Trump to bomb Iran because they're this gigantic threat. In the 1980s, it was Israel and the United States who were arming Iran to the teeth and making a huge profit out of it. Out of that, they created this network of shell companies and slush funds that had to kind of secretly move constantly to avoid detection from people that are like trying to uncover money laundering. And Epstein's right in the middle of all of that. So you can imagine how somebody comes out of that with their with a significant amount of wealth to begin with, and from there he gets linked up with Les Wexner. We have a story even about how.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Was it that it was just like they're like, all right, let's see how it goes with the U.S. and if not, there's the USSR, and we kind of keep both of these sides viable. But I think what Davi is saying is the intention was never to like consider, I don't know, becoming like a USSR satellite state, right? Which I really thought there was, it was more up in the air at the early in the history of Israel.
The planes that were involved in Iran-Contra, when the heat really got on them, Epstein moved those planes to Columbus, Ohio, so Les Wexner could use them for a couple of years, shipping his lingerie and Abercrombie and Fitch around the world. So there's really a direct line from this Iran-Contra scandal that creates this kind of shadow world of money laundering and kind of develops into the quasi like government criminality that we have today, to then Les Wexner and him becoming the power of attorney for Les Wexner, and then once you're locked in, oh, he's the rich guy who also handles Les Wexner's money. Then you're in. Then you can start getting contracts with people like Leon Black and others, and it just snowballs.
Fascinating, Ryan Grimm. I really appreciate.
So yeah, people definitely you will use others, who are in a position of power or whose judgment that they trust as a way to vet people rather than doing it themselves. Which at this level, you'd think that they would, but yeah, a lot of people. Amazing how many people were just like, oh no, he's handling Les Wexner's money. He must be legit.
Appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well, to debate all of these claims is Alan Dershowitz, author of The Preventive State and Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, and comedian and activist Bassem Yousseff. Well, welcome to both of you. Alan Dershowitz, I know you said emphatically you do not believe Jeffrey Epstein was a spy.
Question about like, are there any true like leftists or any people who were not, just absolute like, pro-apartheid, right. So as far as what I was saying earlier about like not being careful not to like lump everybody, that's in a country in, my understanding is that there are, I believe there's Orthodox groups that don't agree with the Zionist project for religious reasons, right? So that exists. There's also a left on the Israel. It's not, the kind of left that you'd want to see, but it does exist, and it is, like a lot of people have said, increasingly, I'd say, small, right?
But as more and more stuff appears in these document dumps from the files, there is more and more stuff linking him to Israel, to Ehud Barak, to all sorts of stuff. Are you still as certain?
More so. Look at the chronology. As far as I know, he doesn't meet Ehud Barak until after he pleads guilty. And if he had been a spy before he pleaded guilty, the first person he would have told that was me. I was trying to get him the best possible deal. And I asked him over and over again, what can you tell me that will get you a better deal? Do you have anything on Trump? Do you have anything on Clinton? Do you have anything about intelligence? He would have told me. Instead, in 1999, 1998, I was in Israel doing research for a book, and he called me from
There's some really crazy shit. So understand that Alan's trying to offer a narrative based on his connection to Epstein, based on the fact that he was Epstein's attorney. Now, honestly, association with Epstein should be something that discredits Alan Dershowitz. But because he's got like an insight on the man that very few people, you know, will like affirmatively claim, even if they did, even people like Elon Musk, right? Claiming that, oh yeah, no, he was always asking me to go on these crazy things and I didn't want to. And you read the emails and it's Elon asking Epstein to be included in the crazy parties. There's so many people that did have a connection to Epstein that don't want to, you know, that they're trying to minimize it. Alan is somebody that is like almost maximizing it, right? But in a way to also sweep for, you know, those I'm assuming those unindicted co-conspirators by saying that if there was anything that he had on Trump, you know, involvement with Israel in terms of intelligence, anything like that, like he would have told me, like so what Alan's saying is like, listen, none of that stuff can be true. I make that deduction from the fact that if it were, Epstein would have told me because it would have been to his advantage, right? And obviously it's not an airtight narrative at all. It's a, you know, it's almost like a just so narrative, right? We have nothing to corroborate it with. And it's just so in that it fits the pattern that would confirm what people like Kash Patel are claiming, Pam Bondi, etc., that there's just nothing else in there. There's nobody else that's guilty. All the guilty parties have been punished. And hey, maybe one of the guilty parties, that being Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe she was innocent. Keep on looking for that, chat. There's very likely to be, you know, when it's convenient for Trump, a pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell, especially if he can get her to, you know, kind of give a favorable version of events for him. And then you'll have Alan Dershowitz and Ghislaine Maxwell functioning as fucking character witnesses for Trump. That's crazy, chat. That's absolutely crazy. And I wish I could tell you it won't work, right? I really hope it won't work. I don't think it'll work. I don't think Ghislaine Maxwell is ever going to be a credible witness. I don't think that, you know, like that Dershowitz is going to be able to finagle that. If anything, he should be afraid of exposure like this, right? Dershowitz quite literally caught with his pants down. And one of the most connected people to not just Epstein, but to the massages that were going on there, which, you know, we think is kind of how the predation, you know, at least with Epstein himself, it's how the predation occurred. A lot of people assuming with, you know, Epstein's clients, with the co-conspirators as well. Also, is it not weird, chat, that Dershowitz is the lawyer for Epstein? Isn't that not like some kind of, I don't know, Chad, I don't know how conflict of interest really, I mean, usually with conflict of interest in terms of law, it's mainly that they don't want to take on clients with conflicting interests, because then the question is like, you know, did you do a less good job for this client because this client's more important or something like that. That's generally how when we talk about conflict of interest in terms of an attorney, that's usually what we're talking about, right? I'm talking about you know, conflict of interest in terms of, it seems like Dershowitz might have been involved in the crimes. I think it's crazy that this was Epstein's attorney. And I mean, maybe it makes sense with the larger timeline, because remember, this is all on a timeline, you know, Dershowitz getting massages at Epstein's, you know, properties may not have been happening like, you know, the whole time, but yeah, no, this is it's wild to me that Alan Dershowitz wants to be this prominent, considering how connected he is, and it's wild to me that this was his, you know, this was his attorney, and now he's here to say, listen, I know there couldn't have been, if there was unindicted co-conspirators, it would have been like slam dunk. I don't think so. Anyway,
Paris saying, I want to come to Israel. I've never met any Israelis. I don't know anybody there. Could you arrange a lunch for me with Israel's 5 smartest people? And so I did. I got the Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, you know, interesting people that I thought he would meet. And we had lunch, and then he and I took a walk in the Shuk, and I bought him a T-shirt which said, "I'm a member of the IDF," kind of khaki T-shirt, and he loved it. He wore it. You know, there's no possibility that he was working for intelligence at the time I was representing him. Now we have a chronological issue. He meets Ehud Barak, but that's later. Did Mossad hire him after he was convicted? Well, maybe. Your previous guest talked about planes involving Victoria's Secret. Well, Wexner didn't buy Victoria's Secret until well after the early time. So,
yeah, if he says Barack, he's going to be talking about Ehud, not Obama, for sure.
one has to look at the dates. One has to look at the chronology. You know, I hate to pour water on a fascinating conspiracy theory. It's so much fun to talk about. But from what I know, I just don't see any evidence that he ever worked for the Mossad. And if he did, why wouldn't he have told me? I actually was a lawyer. I represented the Mossad back in the 90s when 3 Mossad agents were caught in Cyprus, and Cyprus thought they were working for Turkey. In fact, they weren't.
You know, Chad, I think the big fear about something like the Neuralink, you know, Elon's Neuralink, you know, assuming that that becomes a true interface between the human mind and, you know, computers, right? I am curious, chat. I am curious what you could get if you could just fucking go in this man's mind. I feel like he's lying his ass off. I feel like he knows a lot. And I feel like if we knew it, it would blow our minds, right? It's beyond anything I think any of us could imagine, right? This man knows so much, and oh my God, chat, if the CIA could just develop that truth serum, or if Elon could just get the fucking, you know, plug him into a Neuralink and we could just read the fucking files in this guy's head, I swear to God. And this is the thing, chat. He is the witness to some acts, to situations that are the whole world is wondering about, right? And nobody has insight. Nobody got to see, like inside these places that Dershowitz was allowed into. Huh. I just wonder what all he knows. This is.
And I hope to get them out.
But here's one thing for sure. Like, he's fucking sweeping. He's sweeping for Mossad. He's sweeping for any co-conspirators. Yeah, he is.
I have a very good relationship with the current head of the Mossad, the former head of the Mossad. Obviously, I've asked them that question, and there's no evidence at all.
Alan, I would say this. I would say this to you. You know, if I was to ask you about all the despicable crimes that Epstein was committing, right, you would say, because I think you've said it publicly, you didn't know about any of that, right? So, of course, could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about, and that included despicable human sex trafficking, and it may also have included being a spy? I mean, clearly, if he wasn't telling you about all the sex trafficking, which was a huge amount of his life, then, you know, why is it surprising if he kept the rest of it from you?
Well, it's very surprising, because telling me about his sex life didn't help him. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get-out-of-jail-free card. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein hated me before he died. He wrote all kinds of letters to Woody Allen as to what a terrible lawyer I was. He wouldn't pay me my fee. He fired me because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal. That famous.
Ashley says he sounds like Michael Tracy on Pisco earlier today. Did Pisco debated Michael Tracy? Goddamn, what is Michael Tracy even up to? I remember this guy. He was with TYT for like a hot minute. I think he was kind of right wing too, like in almost like a Jimmy Dore sense, if I'm not mistaken.
A sweetheart deal. He ended up 18 months in prison. He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all. Epstein was a selfish SOB. He would do anything to avoid prison time. Why wouldn't he have told me that he worked for the Mossad if he worked for the Mossad? So, yeah, of course he's not going to tell me.
So, chat, did you all hear what he just said? If he's a Mossad agent, if he's involved in it, like he's saying that basically people involved in international intelligence like this, are just able to use it as a get out of jail free card. And we all suspected this. Look, in the sense that if a CIA agent like commits a crime, right? In the pursuance of the United States is, people understand like a spy killing an enemy spy, right? That's technically a crime, but you're probably not gonna bring the person into court for that, right? But we're talking about like a operative, a asset, somebody whose phone number is in the CIA Rolodex that is committing crimes against is molesting children, right? You would hope that does not get him out of out of any kind of, I mean, we've already seen it though, haven't we? Right? Who was that guy that they there was an Israeli official that was in the United States, I think charged with a crime against a minor, and then was basically spirited out of the country before any kind of legal proceedings could go on. So I guess it's not that surprising, but just to hear it out like that is the spy versus spy. Yeah. In other words, Davy, if a spy puts a bucket that is electrified over a doorway, and when the other spy walks through, they get electrocuted, right? You're not going to charge that person with, I don't know what the fucking charge would be, manslaughter, right? You're gonna just it's just gonna disappear from court, I guess.
When I knew him as an academic acquaintance, he's not going to tell me he's having sex with young children. He hid that from everybody. He did have a separate life, a completely separate life. But once I was his lawyer, it was in his interest to tell me things that would benefit him. And I can't imagine anything benefiting him more than having worked for an intelligence agency. But I pressed him on that.
Some people might
and
be.
He didn't,
I'll come to Bassem in a moment, but some people will be listening to this going, hang on a second, you mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a paedophile. In other words, you can commit crimes of paedophilia
he wasn't
against
accused of being
children,
no,
and you would simply not go to prison for it.
That's right. Let's be clear. He was charged with 2 counts. One, a 17-year and 10-month-old woman who he paid for prostitution. The other, a woman in her 20s who was a prostitute who he paid. Those were the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to, the only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted of trafficking, none of that. He may have done all of those things, but when I was representing him, all he was being charged with was these 2 counts of paying prostitutes, one who was 17 years old and 10 months. I could have gotten him no jail time.
God damn it. Okay, so here's the deal, right? This is why I think Pierce is still tight with Alan. As much as I'm going to love, and you're probably going to love too, seeing Bassem embarrass this man, as he should be embarrassed, right? I don't know if Bassem knows where the bodies are buried, has the receipts that Ryan Grimm has. Imagine, chat, if this had been a normal Piers Morgan debate, you'd have Alan, Ryan, and maybe somebody else. Yeah, maybe somebody that's on Alan's side, right? That's usually how he sets it up, like 4 people. If Alan Dershowitz, I feel like Ryan could maybe even catch him lying. I feel like Ryan could debunk him in real time. It's really clear that, I don't think this, look, there could be a million reasons, right? Why this was set up the way that it was set up, right? In other words, like not, no, we don't get Ryan versus Alan. Ryan also did not seem super intent on, like I said, I watched his face when Alan Dershowitz was mentioned, and it was just poker face, right? So he wasn't trying to show anything. He didn't react. He didn't, give the look that I would give if Alan Dershowitz was mentioned. But then again, he's a professional journalist. He's a buttoned up journalist. Bassem is like the quiet guy in the kung fu scene. He's sitting there cooking up some magic. Oh, it will definitely come out. I just think that like Bassem is quick on his feet. He's a stand-up comic, very funny comic actually. But so he can roast Alan, but I don't, like if Alan had to deal with Ryan calling bullshit on him, right? Like Ryan's just like, I feel like more than almost anybody. I mean, there's a few journalists. We mentioned some of them earlier. Tara Palmieri, what's her name? Julia Brown, is that her name? There's a few journalists that I think just really know this, this stuff like the back of their hand, right? And to have somebody like that on with Alan, I think would be an existential danger to this man's reputation. Unfortunately, we're not getting that. And I'm wondering if it's because Piers is, like I said, still tight with him.
Time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad. Any good lawyer.
Ooh, Darfel says, if I'm correct. Wait, Darfel, have you got a theory? Oh my God, Darfel says, if I'm correct, Ryan is listening and helps Bassem via text. Let's hope so. Didn't Hassan did that with somebody once, right? Or was something with Sam Cedar and Hassan, or maybe vice versa? Bassem is, yeah, this is, his face is hilarious, not gonna lie. Yeah, he's a creep. I mean, I don't know if he's involved in any of this Epstein stuff, but he's not a good man, chat. If you know, like, if you're British, you probably know better than I do what a piece of shit this guy is, right? He's got a fucking, he's got baggage. Let's just put it that way. Right? He's done a lot, confirmed to have done a lot of shitty things in his time as a journalist. Wait, is Dersh doing 5 reasons I'm turning into a zombie? Wait, I'm not turning into a zombie? That sounds like an Ethan Klein thing. Wait, let's roll it back a little bit. I've got way too many thoughts on all of this for my own good.
Her 20s, who was a prostitute, who he paid. Those were the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to, the only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted of trafficking, none of that. He may have done all of those things, but when I was representing him, all he was being charged with was these 2 counts of paying prostitutes, one who was 17 years old and 10 months. I could have gotten him no jail time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad. Any good lawyer could have parlayed his membership and his contribution to intelligence into it.
So he's saying, like, in court, that he would have said, Your Honor, my client has done dutiful service for the intelligence apparatus of the country of Israel. And therefore, you should take this into consideration, Your Honor. He's only guilty of paying one 20-year-old prostitute and another who was, and he keeps on going with the 17 months and 10. He's still defending Epstein, this piece of shit, right? Not like, what the fuck is a 45-year-old doing with a like, high school student? But no, Your Honor, she was actually 17 and 10 months. And if you look at the picture at the time, she could easily pass for, an adult. And, right. This is like, he's trying to get the crowd that is like, yeah, why does it change when it's like 17 years and 364 days to the next day their birthday comes and they're 18, everything is good. The fact of the matter is everything is not good when a 45-year-old man is trying to take advantage of an 18-year-old. It's not we're not dealing with we do have to have a time where somebody goes from being, if we're going to have minors, if we're going to declare like young people to be minors, there does have to be a clean cutoff date of like, you're a minor now and you're not a minor now. That doesn't excuse people that are, I don't know. I think most of us realize that, an older person can easily take advantage of a younger person, even if they are not like, even if they are of age, but yeah, he's trying to get all those people that are kind of the Ephemophile crowd, chat. That's who he is playing to right now.
Deal. Or for example, if he had anything on Donald Trump or anything on Bill Clinton, Of course, any prosecutor would exchange this nobody, who nobody had ever heard of at the time, getting free from prison for, my God, the president, former president, future president. No, the best evidence is that he never, ever tried to tell me anything that would help him, that would support any of these theories about Clinton or Trump or the Mossad. So I am completely confident that he was not an intelligence asset. I wish, your previous guest is right. He would have been a perfect intelligence asset if I were the head of the Mossad. I would say, oh my God, now that I know who he knew, Bill Gates, everybody, the Sultan of this, the Sultan of that, sure, we try to recruit him, but they didn't know that at the time because he didn't have many of those friends back in the 1980s and 1990s. Many of them became his friends, ironically, after he got out of prison.
Okay, Bassem Yousseff, you've been waiting patiently. Welcome back to Uncensored. What is your response to Alan Dershowitz?
Well, I think that what Mr. Alan Dershowitz just said is the best recruitment video for Mossad. Basically, they're telling people, if you're Mossad, you can get away with anything. The same thing that will happen with Tom Alexandrovich, the cybersecurity guy from Netanyahu's government who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure a minor in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did Zoom from Israel. And like Ori Solomon, just a couple of days ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So basically,
So my understanding for this is that they were trying to get this is a crazy story from like Nevada. Yeah, like that there was a unlicensed, I think, biolab. Davi, do you know about this biolab thing? There was like an unlicensed biolab found in Nevada, and yeah, that just had a lot of real dangerous stuff. And it was I think the story is that they were trying to get the paperwork to make it like legal, and they got denied, and so all the stuff ends up going to just some kind of very unsecure facility. Used to have a boss who know Alan personally. He's both absolute trash personally and professionally.
Mr. Dershowitz is telling us, if you're Mossad, you have like an out of jail card. And you know what? Maybe he's right.
But what Bassem saying is that the guy that was running this lab was an Israeli citizen. Is that right?
I'm actually
CIA
watching.
agent. That's true.
Mr. Alan, Mr. Dershowitz, I did not interrupt you a single second when you talked. So,
I just wanted to
after
correct
you're
you.
done with your
You talked for a very long time too.
please let me finish. First of all, I think like I'm now kind of leaning towards believing mainstream media, especially CBS and CNN under Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was at his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes, and he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel students.
Wait a minute. I feel like I've heard somebody talk about this IDF shirt.
He was responsible for the Wagner's group's pro-Israel philanthropy.
Wait, no, I don't think the idea. I think there is a picture of him. That's what Bassem is referring to with the IDF shirt. I thought Dershowitz was like involved in getting him that. Am I mixing things up, chat? I've watched so much content on this. I could be mixing a few things up. Are we calling Ghislaine Maxwell the Jizzler now? Is that what we're doing? She's the Jizzler. Damn, we got the Rizzler, we got Clavicular, and we got the Jizzler.
Supported Israel settlement projects. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security deals
Now,
with Israel.
I feel like, I don't know, like look, was Dershowitz, was Epstein saying some stuff in his email that would just like that fucking anti-Semites, would love to, put like copy pasta straight into the, into the protocols or something like, yeah. Look, sometimes, I don't know what to make of that, right? Because, you got Jimmy Dore right now coming out with content that's like what Jews are saying behind your back. Literally like that. Let me see if I can find it to show you, just so you know I'm not lying on Jimmy Dore's proud name. There's a certain strain of anti-Semitism that like loves to find Jewish people referring to non-Jewish people as goyim, as some sort of the implication being that some cabal of Jewish people is looking at at the rest of us as like cattle, right? And my understanding is goy is just the word; it means not Jewish. It's, let's see, what am I trying to find? Jimmy Dore. Let's see what he's up to lately. And surprise. Oops. Oh no, the Dalai Lama. Wait, is the Dalai Lama in there? Damn. Okay, we'll have to look into that. Wait, there's Fauci, of course. We're gonna. Okay, wait. I'm looking for. I think it's a recent video. Maybe they got rid of it. Maybe they changed it. Maybe they had to take it down. But I am not seeing it now. Wow. Oh wait, he puts up a lot of videos actually. It could be older than that. Yeah, it's literally like what so the title is something like what Jewish people are saying behind your back, right? Which is So anyway, I need to look at I'm sure that Bassem is referring to an email in the file. Obviously, Epstein, is taking advantage of people and, obviously doesn't have a very high opinion of the general public. He's a eugenicist. But I can't find it, chat. I swear to God. God, these thumbnails are so ugly. Yeah, oh, you can't see it. God damn it. How do I pull this up? One way I can pull it up is to do this. Type in the search Jews to Jimmy Dore's channel, and I'm sure we'll see other stuff too. Anyway, yeah, right here. Epstein files reveal how Jews talk about non-Jews behind their backs. The caption on the thumbnail says, Goyim were born to serve us with like 3, parentheses around it. Oh, he's got the Do Dissidents guy. Didn't these guys used to beef with the Vanguard back in the day, Do Dissidents? Oh yeah, because they kept on, they were like on the Jimmy Dore train, and the Vanguard at some point realized that Jimmy was full of shit and started making fun of him. But yeah, there it is. So just to give you an idea of like the kind of content that I'm talking about, like, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the search bar top right. Thank you. Goyish Yiddish. It's not supposed to be derogatory. It's not meant to be derogatory, right? And like the feeding into this idea that, anyway, do you really think Epstein is dead? Look, Steven Sayers, I mean, I'm willing to believe anything at this point. Something fucked up happened to Epstein in that prison cell for sure. I'm pretty fucking sure. Wait, did he use the word Jewess? Always sounds right. Yeah, it seems like it. As my finance Gentiles, when he, my fiance, sorry, when he wants to make fun of non-Jewish people, specifically and Anglo, uses that. Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like Epstein is dead, says Davi. Likely he's dead, but anything is possible. I suppose. Anyway, just a little side note, right? I don't know. I would hate to like read like, jokes that Epstein was making that are pretty fucking normal. Um, for self-deprecating humor often involves embracing the elders of the protocols of Zion type type lore, and it's not, like, right, it's not an indication that there's like a secret cabal like seriously fucking shit on non-Jewish people behind the curtains. Anyway,
Israel, and even a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy. Makes sense. You know what? I'm by the way, Mr.
Well,
Allen,
you're a good comedian. You're a good
don't know me,
comedian. This
but
is
I'm
very
actually
funny.
a huge fan of yours because I have known you since the 2000s. I mean, actually, you're one of the very few lawyers who are actually known in the Middle East. It's like watching a real-life courtroom drama lawyer. There's even T-shirts with your face in it in Egypt. And I've followed you for a while. And that's why I'm here today. When they told me Mr. Dershowitz is here, I was like, I have to be here just for the gaslighting, because the level of gaslighting isn't new. For more than 2.5 years, Mr. Dershowitz and his client, Israel, have gaslighted us in front of our eyes for 2.5 years with all of the destructions and the killing that we've seen in Gaza. But they, according to them, it's not a genocide, it's self-defense. He told us that every dead child is
not a
Hamas'
genocide.
that the
It's a
International
blood
Court
libel
of
to
Justice,
call
I
it
did
a
not interrupt you,
genocide.
sir, that the International Court of Justice is a fake
you
court,
can't
and
lie
Israel critics
and
and
just
anti-Semitic.
expect
Now,
silence.
Mr. Jersey, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I know that you're a lawyer and you do that. Objection,
I'm
Your
going to
Honor.
interrupt
Don't
you if you
interrupt me.
use the word
now, the
genocide.
Epstein files
Sorry.
are public. People can read them. People can see the horrible stuff that you, again, are gaslighting us. In your own word, you said that he's not a pedophile because he liked 15 and 16 years old, but not 11 and 12 years old.
No, I said 17 and 10 months.
People can read, Alan.
and 10
You
months.
can read the ages of the kids in the emails. They can read about the pizza, the ice cream, the beef jerky.
Convicted.
And you can see the connection with Israel. And yet, here you are again, gaslighting us. This is your playbook, attacking the victims.
It's called
the Palestinians,
truth.
Hamas,
It's
terrorists.
called truth.
Epstein victims, liars, prostitutes, drama students, and of course,
you say Hamas are not terrorists?
You have a history
you say Hamas
of hiring
are not
investigators
terrorists?
to dig through teenage girls at MySpace pages looking for marijuana photos.
What lawyers do.
You called a 16-year-old girl a thief in the Daily Mail. You got Epstein 13 months in county jail with work release for abusing 34 victims where he should have got life in prison. That's not a plea bargain. That's a spa package.
Just lying.
And every single
you're
time,
just
your
lying.
defense is the
I
same.
challenge
She's
you
lying.
to defend.
She wants money.
I challenge you to defend your statement that he got.
Wasps, when they figure out minorities, make fun of them behind their backs, even white minorities. I don't want, because like there's a lot. Look, because of the insistence of Israel for doing a genocide, like in real time, in a way that is virtually undeniable, right? Because of its current status as a pariah nation, right? A lot more people have come out and taken notice of it. And there's like, the ball is on the field, right? As far as what we're going to do, with the revelations about, what has happened in Gaza, what's been happening in Gaza and the West Bank, right? And yeah, this Epstein stuff, there is definitely an effort to drive the ball down the field towards an anti-Semitic goal, towards a goal of saying that, the genocide and the predation, the predation with impunity is a function of anything other than massive wealth inequality and the leverage that comes with that. There are people out there that would love to change the subject to being about the Jewish people. And if the problem might be, right, because, in terms of, Israel and, Epstein, there is a way to, draw that connection, right? And so I'm really, I'm not trying to, do the sort of classic American knee-jerk philo-Semitism here. I'm just being real cautious and pointing out language that I've heard from the likes of Candace Owens, even when it comes out of the mouth of somebody that I agree with, right, a lot more than Candace Owens. And I'd hate to see good people being taken down those dark pathways. And every time you blame the wrong person, you got to understand, every time you crucify Jesus, you let like 10 Barabbases out. Okay. Every time you blame a marginalized group, right, you are necessarily like, there are real culprits. There are real people doing Epstein shit right now as we speak, chat. And there's other people enabling that shit. There are people, trying to sweep for a genocide, right? This is going on right now. And it's really important that the actual culprits, which are, ethno-nationalism in the case of Israel, and, capitalism, late stage capitalism in terms of the Epstein files, right? It's really important to nail down these targets, because if the real targets don't get hit, innocent people get sacrificed. And I'm sick, okay? Like, in some ways, I feel like, through looking at history, right, that I've watched thousands of innocent people be targeted and murdered in order to deflect from the guilty parties. And I'm just sick of it at this point, chat. I am abso-fucking-lutely sick of it, right? And both for the, concern of protecting the innocent, and for the concern of actually punishing the guilty, right? We can't let this shit happen again, right? And this is how it happens. This is really fucking easy, to do when you've got a state claiming to stand for the Jewish people, enacting a fucking genocide, and involved with this with Epstein, right? Really easy for them to fucking make that connection. And if they do, chat, then billionaires are just going to get richer and more powerful, and we don't have time for that.
18
Stop
months.
interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're just
represented
lying.
a serial
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accused you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay. They go to trial.
That's
You
another
know who
lie.
pays?
Not a penny.
Guilty men
You're
with good
lying.
lawyers.
You're
Oh, wait,
defaming
you
me.
are the good
You were
lawyer.
Sorry. So somebody mentioned this earlier. If you're in chat, let me know. Somebody mentioned this very thing, right? This accusation here of the $1 million payoff. Now, are we talking about for? I think it was mentioned in the context of Virginia earlier. Here, let me rewind it a little bit.
Stop
months.
interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're
You
just
represented
lying.
a serial
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accused you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay. They go to trial.
That's
You know
another
who
lie.
pays?
Not a penny.
Guilty
You're
men with good
lying.
lawyers.
You're
Oh, wait,
defaming
you
me.
are the good
You are
lawyers.
now
So what
going.
does that
You are
make
now
you?
going
You
to
have
be
spent 50
sued.
years
You are
defending
now going to
rapists,
be sued
killers, and
for
every
saying I
time
paid
you
$1
attack
million.
the woman who comes for
Davy, I 100% agree with you that Epstein is probably a white supremacist. Yeah.
You're going to be
You
sued.
are a civil
And
libertarian.
I would,
You're not.
Pierce,
You're
I
not
would
a civil
recommend
libertarian. You
you
are
cutting him
defending the
off
innocent.
when he
You're not defending
says
them.
that I
You
paid
are
$1
a
million.
professional gaslighter who
I
tells
didn't
you
pay
to do
one
what they say,
penny. That's
attack
a
what you
lie.
do, and trust you instead.
Bassem, you've
Sir,
spoken for a long time.
Like Piers, I
Okay,
did not
Bassem, you've made
interrupt
it.
Mr. Alan
Bassem,
Dershowitz,
you've spoken
and
for
he
a
keeps
long
interrupting
time.
me.
Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. You've made a number of allegations.
There is going to be,
It's
I
only
can
fair
tell
that
you
Alan
right
Dershowitz
now, I am going
I
to...
want Alan
But
Dershowitz
he
to
keeps
respond.
interrupting me, Piers. I didn't interrupt him.
Okay,
You
I
can
am
cut me
going
off,
Let him
Piers,
respond
I'm
to
going to
you.
make it very clear.
But he shouldn't be interrupting
I'm
me.
going to make it very clear.
Alan had a, uncomfortably long runway at the very beginning of this conversation, right? Piers has, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that this is, this is a friend of Pierce's. This is somebody that Piers has been beyond charitable to in a way that I describe as slightly suspicious. And yeah, like we're gonna let him just fucking have, as long as he wants to give his opening statement, and then when Bassem tries to do the same, Alan can't let him talk. Cannot let him talk. He wrote about Jewish people having, yeah.
Make it very clear. I'm filing a lawsuit immediately. I'm instructing my lawyers to file a lawsuit against him for saying I paid $1 million. What happened is a woman falsely accused me. She admitted she may have mistaken me and confused me for somebody else. She dropped all of her charges. Not a single penny was paid, nothing. And it's all in the agreement, all a matter of court record. You saying that I paid $1 million is going to result in you having to pay me many millions of dollars. What'd you say?
This is from the New Yorker.
The New Yorker never said anything like that. You're such a liar. I thought you were a comedian. I thought at least you'd be funny. You're just a liar. You're just somebody who is prepared to make any kind of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel statement, and you're willing to lie about it. Now, I want you to justify the million. I want you to justify that I paid $1 million. I want you to justify that. Will you justify it? Will you justify that I paid $1 million? Where'd you get that piece of nonsense? Where did you make that up?
The New Yorker, sir.
You said Hamas is not a terrorist organization?
If you want to sue someone...
You show me
Alan Dershowitz looks like one of the Nazis in Indiana Jones with his face melted off. Yeah, he looks like he's in the process of getting Ark of the Covenanted.
New Yorker, and I'll pay you $1 million. You're a liar. The New Yorker didn't print that. You're lying.
Okay,
why don't we take a time out now? Go online, get the New Yorker, and show the people that are listening, the good people, the New Yorker. You're lying through your teeth. You're a despicable liar, and if you said it under oath, you'd be a perjurer. There is no truth to what you've said, period, and I'm going to sue you.
Oh, come on. You do, is that what you do?
Finally, I shut him up.
No, you didn't shut up. You're just like cutting me. Mr. Allen,
you sue victims, as I recall, Mr. Dershowitz. You sue them into silence, right?
I never got a massage on Epstein. I got a massage from a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga. But I kept my underwear on.
My wife and I both received therapeutic. I received a neck massage back in the 1990s. I've never received an erotic massage.
The only guy in the world that can make a neck massage sound sus, or therapeutic massage, like, right? It's just like... Oh, wait, what is this about him suing the Martha's Vineyard? Oh, I remember this. What was the deal with... They wouldn't, there was like a booth that wouldn't sell to Alan? Is that what happened?
In my life, I have never told a misstatement about this, and I want you to show everybody the New Yorker, the claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie.
Oh, he was trying to get a pierogi at the farmer's market. Chad, if you've never been to one of these things, like, right, it's like, there's produce often for sale, sometimes meat or eggs and stuff like that, right? And there's farmers there, but then there's like also, some food booths, right? And Martha's Vineyard sounds like a very fancy farmer's market. So, yeah, he couldn't get a pierogi. Most people get neck massages at Whole Foods. That's true. They do have the little massage chair set up there usually.
Now, while we're talking, show
Yeah,
it to the
I'll
people.
look it up
Show
for
them
you,
what
sir.
you say the New Yorker said.
It
Okay, I'm
is
waiting.
under the
I'm
New
waiting.
Yorker.
Look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is called for people to
Okay,
search
let's
it.
see it. Let's see it. Everybody
Yeah.
can see it.
It's called
You're
Alan
going to have to admit
Dershowitz,
your lie
Devil's
now. Maybe it'll
Advocate
mitigate your
by Coney
damages.
Brock, July 29, 2019. You can read there. It's there.
Read me the quote. Read me the quote about $1 million. You can't find it because it's not there, because you made it up and because you're a despicable liar. And you're going to be sued. And if you want to mitigate your damages, then you'll show me the New Yorker. But you're not going to show me the New Yorker, because everybody out there is going to look you in the eye and say, you lied on international television about Dershowitz paying $1 million and the New Yorker saying it. It is false. Categorically false. I'm calling you a liar. You can sue me for defamation. And if you can produce the New Yorker article, you'll win that case. But you can't, because it doesn't exist.
No, sir, I can.
Isn't that wild? Right. So on one hand, we've got a threat of legal action. You know, with Dershowitz, it's credible because he's sued so many people for similar stuff. Right. And in addition to that, right, to try to claim legitimacy, Dershowitz is saying that actually, you know, so he puts this out there, right, to scare off Bassem and anybody else that's going to come on him and say this kind of stuff to his face, right? But then he also has got to lay it in there that, listen, you know, if I am, you know, you can call me a liar, or you're, what is it, like, I'm calling you a liar, and so therefore maybe you should sue me. Yeah. If I'm not a liar, or if you know, if you're not a liar and you could prove it, then you could. So basically now, like, to whatever audience is like eating out of Dersh's hand, which, you know, I can't imagine what kind of creeps are on Dersh's side in this debate, right? But I'm sure they're out there. But they like the images he's trying to present is that, like, if this man does not sue me for calling him a liar, then I must be correct here. Honestly, the most relatable thing Alan has ever done. If you spend all that money to live in Martha's Vineyard, they should give you, you should be able to get your kind of sandwich. True. Didn't Gavin McGinnis live out there for a while too? Like, what is with, like, right-wing dudes wanting to, like, live in wealthy liberal enclaves?
Right now, I mean, it's there.
Yeah, read it to me right now. Read it to me. Let's hear.
Okay. Do you have a second?
So here's the deal. If you really want to do this, right, you know, if Pierce, I don't know, like, you know, you want to prove a point, right? Put it up on screen. They're not going to do that here.
More than a second. I have all the time you want. Read me a New Yorker statement that says, I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely and who admitted that she may have misidentified me with somebody else. You read me that right now.
Yeah.
Silence.
Defamation is when you accuse somebody of a crime. I thought it's easier to prove a defamation case when, you know, when the person has accused you of a crime and you can somehow prove that you didn't do that, right? That, you know, it's a very, you know, a clear case, I guess, of defamation there. But, you know, technically, saying anything about somebody that is that they can prove in the U.S., right? If you say something about somebody and they can prove it's not true, and that you were, you know, malicious in your intent, you didn't just make a mistake, right? You were doing so maliciously, and even if it's like with Ethan Klein, where you're quoting a news source, but a news source that you know should know has retracted the claim, you know, you can still get successfully sued, as Ryan Kavanaugh proved. I like being this close to Bassem. Whisper your dunks to me, Bassem.
So, dude, it's a big article.
Profound silence.
Dude,
Find me the relevant point.
Profound silence.
Find it for me. We have all the time in the world. Find it for me. Let's go. Find
What the fuck are you talking about? You're on a fucking talk show. You don't have all the time in the world.
it for me. You can look it up. Google has we would say Dershowitz $1 million.
Oh, here it is. Here it
Look
is.
it
Here,
up.
here it is.
We caught you
In 2015,
Yeah,
when Jeffrey's allegation against Ghislaine Merton and Epstein became, okay. Just before a trial was to begin in May 2019, the amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. The allegation went in.
Who did?
Wait, dude. Jeffrey.
Yeah, let's go.
Veronica.
So you said I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely. I want you to quote that from the New Yorker. And if you can't, admit you're a liar.
Say now.
Silence, profound silence.
Dude, stop it.
Look, for all I know, Alan may actually be correct on this particular point, right? That doesn't make him innocent. Please don't get it twisted, right?
Silence.
Dude, it is a guys. Yes, here it is. Oh,
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. You're lying.
Okay.
Silence.
Oh, here it is. In April 2016, the case settled. There was no such settlement. With the press reported that the agreement.
What case?
Wait.
What case?
The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz's insurance company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiations. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed.
I'm sorry, was Bassem talking about the woman? Somebody help me out here, right? The woman that accused Alan was Virginia, right? Have I got it mixed up? And one of the Epstein victims, right, I believe, made claims about Alan, and then was sued and retracted those claims. And the story that Alan gives is that she was mistaken. There was another man there doing that, doing whatever she claimed to her, that she was indeed victimized by a man at the Epstein residence, but it wasn't Alan, right? That's the official story that he got her to back, that she had just been mistaken. Oh, I thought it was Alan. It wasn't actually. Yeah, it's Virginia Giuffre. Okay. So I don't think that's what Bassem is talking about. I think, am I right, chat? Anybody follow this better than I have? Because I'm like trying to eat and commentate and all this stuff, but like I'm pretty sure that Bassem is not actually talking about the case that Alan's talking about. I don't know if Alan is trying to just use the Virginia Giuffre thing to deflect, but so yeah, Alan is saying, yeah, that's true. I did pay $1 million, but that was a different case. That wasn't Virginia Giuffre. I don't know that did Bassem ever claim this was about? This was the Australian lady is who Bassem is talking about. Almost pointless to try to follow what's going on when Alan just keeps yelling over the top. Oh, I was so confused. Thank you, Bad Lefty. They kept on saying Jeffrey, and I'm just like, wait, Jeffrey Epstein, Jim Jeffries? Who are we talking about? Like right now, Giuffre. People pronounce her last name in a million different ways.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B,
dude,
this had nothing to do with Virginia.
You want to go and
this had nothing to do with the woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers.
Is Dan Saltman the Chat GPT guy Elon Musk really hates? I think that's Sam Altman. Yeah, Sam Altman is the CEO, right, of oh my God, what's the company that makes it? OpenAI. Yeah. Dan Saltman is is a landlord who was a Twitch streamer, became best friends with Destiny, and now basically lives his whole life, waking up every day like, how shall we destroy Hassan Piker? How shall we destroy Hassan Piker? He's obsessed with Hassan.
And it had nothing to do with this accusation. Zero. You made up the whole story. The New Yorker never reported it.
Pay the lawyers?
They also paid me. There was a mutual settlement where both sides paid
where you got
sums to each
50,000 and
other.
they got like the
Each
rest
of us
the million. That
received
doesn't
payments
sound like
covering
great.
our legal fees, and this was about lawyers. This was not about any
Okay,
accusation
you know what, guys?
against me.
I invite everybody to go to read the New Yorker article and see
So do I.
the pattern
read it,
of lying
you
that
read
Mr.
it out
Dershowitz has
loud.
done
It's
over the
false.
years.
Wait, I'm sorry. You read it out loud. He said at first it doesn't say that there. I thought his contention was that the New York Times, New York Magazine, right? Now I want to see the article. Okay, God damn it, you guys. I'm trying to get through this. I got to get bonus content roll. I mean, maybe, I don't know. We're at 83% right now. I'm assuming we'll hit bonus content soon. But what is this? New York Magazine, right? New York Magazine. Ellen Dershowitz. Oh my God, how do I type in $1 million? You know what I mean? So that 1 million. Let's just type 1 million. It's like, you know, there's different ways of New York Magazine, how February 6th of wait, no. This is more recently. Oh, this is more recent. Is it the New York? Did I get it wrong? Is it the New Yorker? I thought we said it's New York Magazine, right, chat? Yeah, I found the Yahoo article. Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be able to get this, chat. I thought Yahoo was shit-canned in Thailand. I don't know. Maybe not. Lawyer Ellen Dershowitz and Egyptian comedian Bassem Yousseff got into a screaming match on Piers Morgan Uncensored, the former threatening to sue the latter. During the exchange, Yousseff claimed Dershowitz had settled a lawsuit for nearly $1 million. Yeah, but please, like we need to know which lawsuit that we're talking about. Innocent men. I want to get an answer for this, thing right here. Like I said, there's every chance that Dershowitz is correct factually on this one. That doesn't mean that he's not a fucking creep, right? That doesn't mean he's not sweeping for pedophiles and for Israel, right? It's, both things could be true, right? Bassem could have his facts confused here, and Alan is very likely, very involved in some highly unsavory. I mean, Dershowitz has he's got baggage. We know he's unsavory. Innocent men don't pay; they go to trial. Yousseff said, leading to Dershowitz accusing him of defamation. Dershowitz was the subject of a defamation lawsuit from Virginia Joffrey. One of the victims of Epstein. The lawsuit was dropped in 2022 with Joffrey admitting that she made a mistake identifying Dershowitz as an abuser. God, they're really catering. That's not how I would have written this. Right? I would have made it clear that she has recanted her previous statement, likely to, eliminate legal liability, right? So anyway, Dershowitz, you're lying. You're defaming me. You are now going to be sued for saying I paid $1 million. Morgan stepped in to give Dershowitz a chance to respond to Yousseff, as Yousseff kept on going after him. I'm instructing my lawyers to file a lawsuit against him, saying I paid $1 million. That's what Dershowitz is saying. I don't think he actually is going to file the lawsuit. That's the reason that he flipped it on Yousseff, saying like I say you are a liar, sir, and if you're not in fact a liar, then you should take me to court and sue me for defamation. And if I don't get if I don't lose a defamation case to you, then we'll assume I'm telling the truth. Assume that you are a liar, Mr. Bassem. Instructing my lawyers to file a lawsuit against him for saying I paid $1 million. What happened? I don't think that here's the thing. I think what the breakdown is. I don't think Yousseff Yousseff referred to a 2019 New Yorker. Sorry, it's not New York Magazine. Is that the confusion? Did he say New York Magazine maybe? And it was actually the New Yorker? About the case, though it's not clear where the claim about the $1 million came from. I'm actually not sure that they've linked the right article here. Oh no, chat. It's the New Yorker. It's paywalled. Fuck me. Well, I got the article. If anybody has a subscription or can throw me like a free article or whatever, I don't know how many of you out there read the New Yorker. I doubt it's very many. But here's the article if anybody wants to check who has the perms to be able to see past the paywall. Anyway,
So,
Well,
all right,
okay, now
let
you're
me
gonna
get
add to the
involved now.
lawsuit. Now
Let
you're
me,
gonna add
all
to
right,
the
let me
lawsuit.
say
Okay,
something now.
Let's get back to the.
Bassem was saying in the New Yorker. Okay, so he started off saying in the New Yorker. Was he talking about the Virginia Joffrey case though? That's what I'm unclear about, because like it seems like he read something out that did include a payment. That Dershowitz's objection was that wasn't Virginia Joffrey. We were talking about the Virginia Joffrey thing, and I'm wondering if maybe he just if Bassem was talking about a different case to begin with.
We know he's a liar. We know he's not a funny comedian.
Come on,
Go
liar,
ahead.
anti-Semitic. It's the same thing.
All
You
right,
just
let
like,
me
it's
let me
just
pull,
like
Throw a New Yorker subscription to a Witcher. I'm not sure how much that costs, Crotchy, but I am not asking. For the record, I'm not asking anybody to do that. I'm sure it's a ridiculously expensive subscription that I would use very little, very few. It's more often like New York Times and stuff is where I'm trying to get above a paywall. But yeah, I feel like there's something else. I think, God damn it, it's all fucking. And this is what Dershowitz does, right? Look, if Bassem was Wakow, a fucking goat when it comes to Muay Thai, like one of the greatest, right? And Dershowitz was some fucking jobber. And I don't know, maybe like somebody placed a bet on Dershowitz lasting until what, like round 5 or something like that, right? Dershowitz would be, no, I shouldn't use this in Muay Thai. This is more of a boxing thing. Dershowitz is clinching, right? When a boxer knows that they're losing in an exchange, sometimes they'll wrap their arms around the other boxer's arms like that and kind of hold them there, hold them close so that they can't get hit anymore, right? Because they're both losing points to the guy or the gal, and they are, they're also getting hurt, right? And they want to stop that, so they clinch up, right? That's what we're getting from. I feel like that's all Dershowitz is capable of doing, is coming on and throwing pocket sand, right? That's why Alan gets paid. This is he's good at one. This is his life's work. This is his fucking vocation, right? He is a trial attorney, and just one of those skills that you have is to throw pocket sand and to just get the whole thing confused until nobody can tell. Like, wait, what were we even talking about? Are we talking about Virginia Joffrey? Or are we not talking about her? I've heard like 6 different pronunciations of her name. I kept on hearing like the Jeffrey team, and I'm like, what? The Jeffrey Epstein team? What are we talking about? He was saying, talking about Virginia's legal team.
pull it back to the bigger
why
picture.
would I believe you if you have lied many times?
Let me pull it back. Alan, I want to just talk to you about something you said earlier, because there's been a bit of confusion about this, I think, in the public domain. You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporaneous reports about...
No. Now Piers is fucking it up, okay? No, the settlement is about a different case, right? The settlement that Bassem was talking about. I'm not sure if he's talking about Joffrey or if he's talking about something else, right? But no, the Epstein thing was a plea bargain, I believe, right? This is the original sweetheart deal from Jim Acosta, if I'm not mistaken. That we're talking about, when we say that when we're talking about the 17-year-old and the 20-year-old, right? Can you use a paywall bypass? Oh, maybe, I don't know.
Refer to a 14-year-old girl who...
Wait, you pronounce it Jouffre? Like a French? Oh, it does. It is a French name. What am I, crazy? I should know how to pronounce this. The funny I don't know. I have a weird thing with French, right, chat? Like if I saw a word before I learned French, then I don't know he has so many cases against it. Well, he has so many accusations, let's just say. I don't know. He might sue me for saying he has cases.
Epstein had paid for a massage.
That was not part of the case.
So can you explain?
That was not part of the case. The indictment...
But that precipitated the investigation, right?
Let me tell you what happened. A 14-year-old girl was heard over the phone talking to her another friend about whether or not she could get a massage from an older man. That precipitated the investigation. But the investigation culminated not in any kind of an indictment regarding that 14-year-old. There was no evidence of it. And so in the end, the 14-year-old claim disappeared. The only evidence that they were able to prove to get a grand jury indictment was a 17-year-old and 10-month person and a woman in her 20s, an adult who has agency. Both of them in the indictment were called prostitutes. And he was indicted for paying money to soliciting two prostitutes, one of whom was 17 years old and 10 months. The 14-year-old was
right. So
never
the 17-year-old, but to be clear,
clear,
legally, okay. But Alan, to be clear, the 17-year-old was a legal minor.
Of course, and that's why he pleaded guilty to it and went to jail for it. He deserved to go to jail.
And do you
for
believe?
17 and 10
Do you
month
believe?
Old. Yeah.
So I interviewed one of the legal team on behalf of some of these girls involved in that.
Oh my god! So the article is called Dershowitz, Devil's Advocate. Let me read you a little bit from it here while I scan to see if there's a if there's a like if there's something that that gives us the answer to what they were arguing about. Dershowitz is a frequent guest on shows like The View for decades, has been a frequent guest on shows like The View for decades. He has been a frequent guest just about everywhere. If you are a television producer putting together a segment about a celebrated criminal case, Dershowitz is an ideal booking. Intellectually nimble and supremely confident. He is an emeritus professor at Harvard Law School, but also why are they glazing him here? I thought this was an article, a hit piece, right? Emeritus professor at Harvard Law School, but also an occasional reader and subject of tabloid. Oh, come on. He's not a celebrity that gets talked about in tabloids. He's a sus guy with some really fucked up connections. Over the years, he has written thousands of newspaper articles, magazine columns, and web posts with help from research assistants. He has published 36 books, including The Best Defense, Chutzpah, and Sexual McCarthyism. Chat, somebody do some research for me, right? What the fuck is this sexual McCarthy? Is this him bitching about Me Too? Remember how Me Too got mentioned by I think Bannon and Epstein as one of the things they referred to it as Time's Up, which was another sort of name for the movement of outing men who had victimized people and had then used their clout, their leverage in order to silence their victims, making it an unsafe situation for the victims to actually come out and speak their truth, right? But yeah, Sexual McCarthyism is one of his books. Sexual McCarthyism, right, chat? That's fucking crazy. I feel like, chat, let's be real. This is Alan Dershowitz, all right? I mean, I know my dad used to talk about this guy, and he talked about him like he was a liberal. He's a college professor. I think back in the day, there was like a certain look for like liberal college professors, which would be you had a sport coat with leather patches, right? The leather patches are what distinguished you as an intellectual, I suppose. But yeah, Dershowitz used to dress like that, or like I think I've seen him in a biker's jacket before and shit like that. But I swear to God, if he was alive in the McCarthy period, like this guy would be on fucking Team Red Scare. There's no way he wouldn't. There's no fucking way he wouldn't. So for him to appeal to something which luckily most Americans regard as a witch hunt, and a real crime, a real divergence from any sense of freedom of speech, like the McCarthy era. He's now comparing men being outed for fucking being predators as that's a sexual McCarthyism, right? You're gonna name names. You're gonna. Are you now, or have you ever been a member of the patriarchy? I don't know what the fuck sexual McCarthyism is, but apparently Dersh wrote a book about it. In recent years, as Dershowitz approaches the age of 80, his public presence faded a bit. But Trump's presidency enabled a comeback for Dershowitz, a proponent of civil liberties. has made a specialty of defending people who do outrageous things. Oh no, people that are like regarded as monsters, right? Not outrageous things, like people that might be horrendous fucking criminals and predators, right? Wow. And Trump does outrageous things constantly. Media. This article is terrible, by the way. I'm gonna see if I can find what the fuck Bassem was talking about, but I need to pee first.
Who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
Oh yeah, good point.
Then he should complain to the prosecution. It's what the prosecution put in the indictment. We didn't write the indictment. The prosecution put it in the indictment. They did an investigation. They found out that these were...
Alan is in fact a liberal, but like in what sense, right? Are you Davy, am I wrong about the McCarthy thing though? Like I just can't imagine Alan being around in the McCarthy moment where you can take down not liberals, but like leftists, like probably mostly social democrats and the like, right? You can take these people down if they're in Hollywood, if they're in, you know, music, if they're in anything, right? Just by virtue of their connection to, you know, leftist thought. I can't imagine, you know, Dershowitz existing in that time period and not taking part, not choosing sides with the anti-communist side. But yeah, I am aware that he was known as a liberal in the 60s and 70s.
Young women who were coming for pay were being paid money to get massages. They defined that as prostitution. It wasn't us who did that. That was the prosecutors who did that. So that's all.
But when you say he wasn't convicted, okay. But when you say he wasn't convicted as a paedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor,
look, you can quibble over words, but medical definition of pedophile.
Well, no, it's a legal definition, isn't it?
He pleaded. No, that's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling. He pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible thing. He may have had sex with even younger people, but he was never convicted of that. He was never charged with that. He probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to the facts. He pleaded guilty only to 2 charges of soliciting a 17, 10-month-old and a above age person for prostitution. That's what the state charged him with. That's what he pleaded guilty to. That's what the federal government agreed would be the deal that would terminate the federal prosecution. That's what happened. He hated me for that
if you
deal.
have any
He thought I was
sexual
a
relations
terrible
with
lawyer.
a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a paedophile.
No, well, I don't want to fight with that because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile, but no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, one of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was investigated for that. And the investigation terminated with no prosecution for a 14-year-old. Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
So what is your assessment, Alan Dershowitz, now of what Jeffrey Epstein did? And why is it that no really high-profile American men in particular have been brought to account for what was going on?
Well, one name has been. One of the names that was recently disclosed by Congress people yesterday was Leslie Wexner. And I think it's very appropriate to investigate Leslie Wexner. He went back to Jeffrey Epstein many years. let me give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should never, never have been put through this, people who are underage, and I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200. Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein. These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer than the black and white of victimization and survivalization and all of that. It's much more complex than that. But there's no justifying what Epstein did. It was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful, awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Yousseff, what is your wider view about the Epstein scandal and the, so far, very limited accountability for other people involved?
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find the pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government response is like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue?
Yeah, I gotta point this out. Once again, my bladder has betrayed me. Because Dershowitz went into, isn't Leslie Wexner a corpse? I don't actually know. Is he alive? Look, what Dershowitz was doing when he said, like, does that make him a pedophile? If he's with a, he very clearly believes and puts high import on the idea that a man who is attracted to 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and 15-year-olds is fundamentally different from a man that's attracted to 14 and 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds, who is fundamentally different from a man who's right. He's doing the ephebophile thing. That's what he was doing, and I missed it. Right when Dersh goes into here, let's rewind it a little bit. I should watch my time. Looks like we have 2 hours at least here. Look at we're at 83 out of 100. We're 83% of the way towards bonus content. If we hit 100 by the end, by the time I get through with this right here, then we'll be on. Lord, did I see your last super chat? Probably not. I was listening and I heard wait, did I see your? Let me actually check. I can tell if I saw your last super. Oh, I did not. Whoa. Did it make a noise, Davi? Sometimes they don't. The mass DOJ quitting. Apparently, they've had veteran technocrat lawyers, just doing file work that a newbie would be doing at as a newbie at a real firm and would get paid 5 times more for. So you're saying there's been a demotion of, I'm guessing, like a demotion of actually competent people there in favor of, I'm guessing, people that Trump would classify as loyal. Posted the New York article on Discord. Yeah, I took a look. I started reading it, Fallen Gemini. I got a bypass for the paywall, and I'm just looking to see if we can settle the argument between, like I said, even if Bassem has like misremembered something and Dershowitz is correct about this, right? It doesn't mean that he's not, a creep in 17 different other ways. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Davi, and also thank you to Omega Star with the 5 community gift subs. Looks like Demahu, you just got jellyfish. Alice on Fire, you just got jellyfish. Faris Yakuza, you just got jellyfish. Sitting Cow 2, you just got jellyfish. And a Narco Arachnid, you just got jellyfish. Yeah, 8,000 employees. Okay, that's crazy. I didn't actually realize it was that many. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about the Trump administration that I feel like a lot of people miss is that, anytime that a professional, not ideological, not, super progressive person, just a professional person, kind of takes a look at, let's say, Trump's election claims, or in this case, the DOJ, a lot of what they were dealing with was Trump's retribution cases, right? These are not serious law cases. It's bullshit, right? It has as much like merit as a child scribbling, to fill out the legal forms with crayon, right? It's there's nothing of substance there. It's just fucking, hope. And when, you have, people that are like veterans, as Davi is saying, at some point they're going to get pushed too far and they're going to say, I've had enough. And that really does put, I guess, I'm hoping, I don't know. What do you think, Davi? Does it put any kind of kibosh on the future, vexatious litigation from the administration? Oh my gosh, I feel like Dr. Seuss here. I'm just rhyming, Chad. I got bars for days, apparently. Yeah, let's I want to rewind this a little bit. Is that okay, Chad? I don't want to, I realize like time is of the essence. But I feel like we got the fucking Ephebaphile speech, but minus the Ephebaphile, because that's the one thing that Dersh says. Like, I don't want to, if you want to call him a pedophile for liking a 17 and a 17.8-year-old, that's up to you, right? But he's trying to, he doesn't agree with that, right? Dershowitz is like, look, if he's not good at poker, okay? Because I could see what's in your freaking hand, dude. I can see there's a Phoebophile and a Hebephile and a pedophile, right? I can see, I know where this is going, but he doesn't want to say that because I don't know, maybe somebody will drill down into it. And I mean, look, guys like Dershowitz, right? They believe that women lie about rape all the time. They believe that children probably can victimize, like middle-aged men, right? Like I'm sure they believe in some crazy shit, right? Morally speaking, right? This fucking Dershowitz. This is Epstein's lawyer. He's got to have some really interesting morality, right? To live the way that he lives.
What Epstein did, it was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB.
That darn SOB, he's such a bad man. I wish I had never met him. Oh my God, you're so transparent, dude. You're so fucking transparent.
I'll give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should,
as opposed to the fake victims,
never have been put through this, people who are underage, and I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200.
So chat, if you participate in Mr. Epstein's scheme, right, past the age of majority, right, and you're, you're a 25-year-old, and you and granted, yeah, a 25-year-old that, is still working with him and like recruits, younger girls for him. I mean, that's horrible. But Dershowitz literally wants to be like, no, these are the criminals right here. I mean, this is who you should be worried about, right? This is who should be going after. Oh my God, chat. He's going after like potentially people that Epstein groomed, right? for staying loyal, or not even loyal. That's not the right word, right? But being staying with him, right? Continuing to participate in what he's in what a man that probably can pose a very serious threat to you in ways that I don't understand, let alone if I was fucking 25, right? But yeah, no, these are all, according to Dershowitz, these are also perpetrators here. Not to excuse, any sort of recruitment of younger girls. Obviously, that's fucked up. But I am not gonna fucking look at somebody that was groomed into this by Epstein and continues to, do what he said. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And now she's Ghislaine Maxwell. No, I don't think so. Alan. Nice try though. Okay, anyway, these people are getting me worked up, chat. I watched just full disclosure here, okay? The other option on the table was to watch BTC, Dark Money BTC, talk to Barack Obama. And I watched that. I started watching that. I couldn't get through it, chat. It was tearing me up. It was pissing me off even more than this. So, you can see that I'm having maybe a reaction, maybe an overreaction to some of the shit that Dershowitz is saying here. But believe me, we'd be here for, I'd be missing my Thai class if we were doing the Obama. We will probably get to, oh my God, we will probably get to that at some point, chat. We will probably get to the Obama. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that we've missed. Also AOC, some speeches by her. There's a lot going on. Anyway, let's finish this out.
Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein. These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer than the black and white of victimization and survivalization and all of that. It's much more complex than that. But there's no justifying what Epstein did. It was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful, awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Yousseff, what is your wider view about the Epstein scandal and the, so far, very limited accountability for other people involved?
Sorry, do you see how much...
Well, you see, I'm actually like, the FBI...
Do you see how effectively they've just sucked the air out of this conversation, right? Even if Bassem Yousseff is technically incorrect, is misremembering, right? Like, Dershowitz's involvement is at the heart of everything that people want to get at here, right? The real, in the past, media stations on television and radio, they obtained their license from the government, right? With the understanding that they would operate in the public interest, right? That was kind of baked into that, right? So that's sort of the reason that you have stuff like news. It doesn't necessarily make money for had news. It doesn't necessarily make money for the network, but what it does is it fulfills the role as a public good, right, in order to operate on the country's airwaves. And if there was any sense of the public good here, like a real host should be trying to cater to what do people want to know, what do they want to hear about, and we were right there, and Piers just facilitated Alan moving the fuck off of that, right, and basically redirecting the conversation. But anyway,
I just dumped millions of
the other thing, there was one more thing, if I can find it, right, where he does he basically is doing the Afiba file thing.
Victims, horrible victims, people who should never have been put through this, people who are underage. And he was investigated for that, and the investigation terminated the prosecution for a 14-year-old. Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
A woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. That a 17-year-old, no, that, well, I don't want to fight with that, because you can call.
If you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a paedophile.
No, that, well, I don't want to fight with that.
Because he did. That's not how he looks at it, right? He doesn't necessarily think there's anything too bad about a man being like, these guys look at the age of consent, you know, kind of backwards, right? In reality, you know, obviously, you know, people develop differently, you know, mentally and cognitively, but you have to have, you know, some age that is going to be the age of consent. And if anything, chat, the age of consent, you know, is probably, you know, in terms of like a older guy, especially an older powerful guy like Epstein, you know, protecting a younger person from a guy like that, right? Maybe it should be higher, right? I mean, obviously, you've got people that are in that age range. You know, that's where the whole idea of the Romeo and Juliet relationship comes from. If both people, if one person is, you know, slightly older than 18 and the other person is slightly younger, right? That's a different case. But in the case of this, I mean, I think most of society kind of, you know, recognizes that if there's a guy like Epstein, you know, very connected, powerful, older man having a relationship with somebody that is 18 years old, that is, you know, of age, right? That is not necessarily a relationship that is free from manipulation, and in the same sense that we'd worry about with the reason that we have age of consent laws. So anyways, he's got it kind of backwards, where he kind of thinks, oh, you know, 17-year-old, that's not so bad. And then, you know, like these guys literally have this idea of the, like, you know, being attracted to different, like, you know, ages of underage, you know, of children is like you know, a different thing. And the actual pedophiles are the ones that are, you know, that are interested in anyway, I don't want to get into it because it's gross. He doesn't want to get into it because most of us disagree with him, right? Most people, when they hear this idea of, actually, it's not a pedophile if the person is like, right, when we hear that, it's just gross. It's just gross, right? There's even a comic that has a joke about this, like the problem with you know, explaining that there's a difference between you know, yada 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 is you sound like a pedophile, you know, saying it sounds like you're making a rationale for you know, for violating age of consent, right? And most people read it that way. And when Alan says this, yeah, if he gets stuck talking about this, if the discussion of, you know, the age of consent and you know, and this stuff comes up and he tries to go the ephebophile route, chat, that's going to look really bad for him on Twitter. So he's veering away from that, but we know what's there. We know what cards he's holding, and it's gross.
Because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile. But no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money.
Scientific pedophilia, chat. Via Alan Dershowitz. Thank you. God damn.
To give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charge.
Okay, anyway, so those were just some things that I wanted to go over. I'm not trying to make us, I know sometimes it feels like you're watching the Teletubbies in here, and I'm like, again. But you know, sometimes like I'm telling you, chat, the bladder, it's the bladder. The bladder has to pee at all the wrong times, and I end up missing important stuff, and I have to come back and rewatch it. Anyway, let's finish this thing out. I think we got like 15 minutes left of this.
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of
You should start talking about the virtues of the ancient Greeks. Yeah, we're in that kind of territory. But I mean, he knows not to, right? That's why he's holding himself back here.
Redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find a pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government response is like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What?
I gotta say, chat, this is apparently the new meta, right? The Candace Owens Egyptian planes thing, what do they call them? Like mommy detectives, right? This is like the West End. Oh my God, what was he called again? West End Caleb or something? Does anybody remember West End Caleb? This was like a guy that on some dating app that would date you for like he would date you like he would go on like 3 dates with you or something like that, and then he would ghost you, and like he would give you a playlist, but when all the women on TikTok that he had dated like compared it was like the same playlist for all of them. Wait, when Ella Dershowitz was an underage teenager, Ella Dershowitz, she spent a lot of time with Jeff and Alan, and then Alan proceeded to get a very, oh no, is this true? God damn. Not West Side Tyler. That's a different Tyler. West MK. Oh, sorry. That's not even. I'm talking about West End Caleb. Not what. You're not the first that I've seen mix up Tyler with West End Caleb. But as far as I know, Tyler's not in New York City ghosting people. Excuse me. It's more like Hebephile Island. Thank you very much. Yeah, and we're not the. It's the. You do. Yeah. He starts with yeah. So people would start like. People started making, TikToks and describing how this guy was. And they were like, wait a minute, we were dating the same person. And they end up like putting together their information and they find him, they name him, right? And they shame him, which is, they did detective work, right? You could also look back to the 4chan thing with Shia LaBeouf. If anybody knows about the He Will Not Divide Us controversy, when Shia LaBeouf just wanted nothing more than to put up a flag, an American flag that says he will not divide us, and to live stream that flag for the duration of the Trump administration. Of course, 4chan would not let this happen without inserting themselves into the live stream, and he tried to move it to various different places. They basically played capture the flag, and 4chan won. 4chan found the flag out in the middle of the desert by using the the contrails of the different planes from the from the live stream, right? They were able to locate the flag. But yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that when you can get everybody involved and make it feel like a mystery that everybody's trying to solve, and even if it's not, right? Even if it's a completely like a setup kind of thing, with I assume Candace, right? But yeah, she'll be like, yeah, I got my tip line here. If you know anything about the Egyptian planes, please call me on my tip line, and we'll unravel this mystery. And it just kind of works as content, right? If you can create a mystery for people to like crowdsource, people get really. I mean, you look at an ARG; it's like an ARG, isn't it? It's kind of similar, if you know what I'm talking about. God, ARGs are so hard to explain to people who don't know what they are. Give it to 4chan. That was generally really impressive. Oh, that wasn't even the end. I think they did other stuff, but yeah, it does. I am calling it here, chat. This is the new meta. You're gonna see people you're gonna see the ARG stands for alternate reality game. It is the kind of thing that you may have seen, like where. I mean, the frame of reference I can think of is like a YouTube channel that looked like one of these. It looked like one of these like wealthy nepo baby influencer channels, right? If you're wealthy and you could, you know, potentially have like a professional editor put together YouTube content for you and sort of make yourself into an influencer. And you know, it looked like one of these. I think there was a case, right? There was some guy that was a millionaire or a billionaire son or something. But yeah, there was a channel that made itself look like, you know, I am the daughter of a billionaire and I am like blah blah blah, just kind of ostentatious wealth display. And you know, if you there were little Easter eggs in the video, and if you like followed the trail, you would find really creepy stuff, right? And the plot goes in a direction that you're not expecting, because it looks like just a rich girl trying to show off her like lifestyle and make herself an influencer like that. But you know, it ends up with like all this like scary, spooky stuff. But yeah, ARGs, that's what I'm saying. I think the ARG, we need an Epstein ARG. We're living in the we are. That's it, Mylan. We're living in the Epstein ARG. We just experienced a little bit of, like, if you're like a Candace Owens fan, you experienced a Egyptian Plains ARG. You know, I'm sure she's still going with Erica, isn't she? She's kind of destroyed Turning Point USA, and she just keeps on driving the knife in harder. That's what I love about Candace. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of an ARG. I mean, this is a new meta for content. You're gonna see. Oh my God, Chad! I think I did an ARG at one time. I don't know if it was a good one, but there was an attempt was made. Anyway, chat. Let's get back. Let's finish this ARG here of the Alan Dershowitz show.
What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue? Hey, it was Prince Andrew and having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what should have happened. They should have released the name. They should have arrested predators. They should have hold the trials. You know.
Yeah, was it Sophie? Yeah.
Like
that's what I was describing. Mylan was. I think it's called I Am Sophie.
Functioning justice system, right? But instead you give us 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization, redactions everywhere. Then say, hey, good luck with that, guys. Like, let us know if you find anything. Wallahi azim, not even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries,
or like, think about Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Chat. Anybody here play that game? If you're really into Five Nights at Freddy's, there's like a fucking. I don't think anyone knows all the lore. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the hardcore fans they do know all the lore, right? But I feel like, I don't even know if it's possible to know all the Five Nights at Freddy lore. But you know, like, a lot of it's not like you play the game and they you know how most games the lore is just like in your face. It's like you get the lore through cutscenes. I think Five Nights at Freddy's, you kind of have to like look. I mean, what is the other video game? Doki Doki Literature Club, I guess. Kind of like you end up going through and deleting files in order to actually complete the game. Chat. You open up the folder for Doki Doki Literature Club and you like delete files, right? You don't finish the game otherwise. So you know, and it's I don't know. I mean, Dersh is sweating. I mean, that kind of brings in a mindfuck element to it, and I don't want to present it as if all ARGs are mindfucks, or if I'm saying like mindfuck necessarily is the new meta. But this kind of encouragement of at least what seems like a crowdsourced investigation. It's definitely more engaging than, if it was just like, here's a statement by Kash Patel, right? If that's how we were getting, I mean, obviously you'd get bullshit from the Trump administration, but even assuming that they weren't doing a cover up, right? It's like unfiction. Damn, I need to look that term up. I don't think I've heard of unfiction, but that sounds super cool. Super Hot was kind of ARG-esque.
Would release nothing, keep us in the dark, like a self-respected dictatorship. But this Like this choose your own adventure bullshit. This like figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? Like, I mean, the government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. I mean, this is just like dysfunctional, you know. And I'm just like, you know, I'm like, and my wider view of this, you know, my first time I appeared with you, Piers, I talked about like how Israel is like a narcissistic psychopath, and it went viral because people felt it. Because you see, narcissists don't just lie to you. They create an entire alternate reality and pull you into it. That's why it's called the narcissist shared reality. The narcissist build an alternate.
Okay, can somebody vet this for me? What is it called, chat? Is it called feed hygiene? No, what's it called? What's the name for the thing where you cultivate you're trying to cultivate your feed so that you're getting good information and not bullshit? But this is the narcissist. You know about this, chat? So speaking of metas, right? This is kind of an older meta, and you may have seen it. There's a lot of content that's represented as being psychology, like, right, psychology YouTube, that talks about the concept of the narcissist and the empath, right? And these are like diametrically, you know, opposed figures. And the idea of this content is that you see yourself in the empath, right? And all of your daily struggles with difficult people, we've all got difficult people in your life. What if the difficult person was a narcissist, right? And there's this whole thing of how you deal with a narcissist, and, you know, narcissists are this like, I don't know, it makes it into like an ARG or something. I am the dark empath. I must defeat the narcissist, right? The social narcissist is, and look, I've dealt with difficult people, but yeah, this seems like a meta to just kind of like, I don't know, self-soothe or something. I see myself in the narcissist as man with the long last name. Fair enough. But yeah, that, I think that's what Bassem is talking about. Now, look, there may be, you know, psychological research or, I don't know, theory on things like narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know. But I do feel like it just puts you into this mind frame of like, you know, witch hunting, this, you know, personality type. Narcissist shared reality checks out as a theory. Wait, that's a real that's a real thing, though? Narcissist shared reality? See, I want to believe now, because like, then I could just be like, Donald Trump is a narcissist. This is how he's able to project all this, like the shared reality that's not real, but it is Trump's version of reality. And like so many people believe it, it might as well be real. See, I'm tempted to want to embrace, to lean into this, to embrace this, but I just don't know like how much of it checks out psychologically, right? The whole, and I'm worried because I know there's a lot of channels that are just taking advantage of people out there that are dealing with tough interpersonal situations, and you know, they don't want to feel like the bad guy. They want to be able to project the you know, the badness outside them, and I guess man with a long last name, maybe even some people that you know, want to you know, are so reflective, and they will see the fault in themselves even when maybe they're not at fault in the conflict, right? They're both exist, and I would assume, you know, it's content for these, you know, people that, yeah, self-soothe with that kind of thing. There's one woman in particular, right, that is like notorious, that is just constantly like, the fucking narcissist will use gaslighting in order to blah 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 blah. They will like, and I'm just like, I don't know, lady, you're making like it's great. It's great, you know, to think like, yeah, maybe like all these people, maybe I am actually, you know, even though I question, you know, myself, right, you know, in a you know, if I get in a conflict with someone, and I think it's healthy to at least give that thought of, hey, maybe I could be wrong here, right? Maybe I try to look at things honestly, like through other people's shoes, you know, just in case, right? Donald Trump's mind palace has engulfed the entire USAC. This is the thing. Maybe my intuition is not just indulgence this time. Maybe this is how we should. Maybe the whole narcissist shared reality, even if it's not, technically psychologically correct, is useful as a heuristic for trying to understand this warping of reality that we are seeing around truly narcissistic personalities like such as Donald Trump. Right? I don't want to try to diagnose him with anything, but he's definitely got the qualities as the adjective narcissistic definitely fits the man.
You controlled reality and pulls other people into it, and in that false reality, the narcissist.
You're playing Persona at this point, though, Bassem. This is what it sounds like a video game.
Are always, they're special, they're misunderstood, they are victimized, yeah? And in Israel does this on a national level for decades, right? They have told us we're the victim, we have no choice, it's self-defense, And in the same thing now with Epstein, it's a shared reality. Oh, maybe he's a Russian spy, maybe he is. It's like, it's right in front of our eyes, and we have to go through these like mental gymnastics and figure it out. It's right there. Nothing is gray, Mr. Dershowitz. Nothing is gray. Genocide is not gray. Sex trafficking is not.
Look, a lot in this world is gray, but just like anything else, grayness is relative, and in a relative sense, this is some pretty evil shit. Okay, I'm just saying, right? It's sure there's nothing is black and white, but Dershowitz's attempt to claim some kind of moral grayness is just an attempt to deflect guilt from I'm sure a ton of people in his orbit.
I agree with you. And it wasn't committed. Genocide is what was committed.
I understand that.
When bringing up fucking moral relativity during a time of genocide is like just automatically sus. It's like relativity is a thing, but at the same time, like relatively speaking, right? This is pretty black and white. Oh my God, chat. I feel like I've just created logical paradoxes that I will never fully wrap my mind around. Anyway.
What's committed in parts of Africa, genocide was committed many times.
Let Alan respond.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Let Alan respond. No, let Alan respond.
First of all, let's be very clear. Genocide has a
okay. You know what? I can just like log out because
genocide is not fighting a war. You're allowing me to respond, please. God. Genocide is fighting a war. No, you didn't.
You responded. It's my turn to speak. You keep cutting me off.
Let me respond,
this is not your courtroom, Mr. Dershowitz.
Are you going to let me respond?
No, you didn't let me respond.
So here's the point.
Okay.
You're not going to let me respond.
You know what? This is just like it's
let me
it's
respond.
Useless. No. I will not let you respond because you didn't let me talk.
Let me respond. You're not going to let me respond.
And I will not let me talk. It's just like it's just like childish at this point.
So we can't continue then. If he won't let me talk, we can't continue.
You are not letting me talk.
Try to filibuster me by his lies.
He is sabotaging the interview by consistently
the man who runs this show wants to give me an opportunity to respond. Will you give me an opportunity to respond? Let me explain to you what genocide means. Genocide is the willful...
Wait, what is this, Vamps? There are 3 stages to testing an individual to see if they're willing to be part of a shared reality, apparently. Reading this, it seems to be the blueprint for MAGA, honestly.
Killing of an entire population in order to wipe out the population. The way the Germans and the Nazis took little babies from the Isle of Rhodes, put them on trains, transported them to the gas chambers to kill them, unrelated to war efforts. Genocide is not dropping an atomic bomb in Hiroshima. It's not bombing Berlin. It's not bombing Japan. And it's not what Israel did in Gaza.
It's really funny, chat. Notice that how technical he wanted to, or how technical it sounded like, his distinction of what a pedophile is in his mind, right? Right, versus his, the way he's talking about genocide, right? It's an all or nothing event. And geez, God, if it's an all or nothing event, then I guess we can never prevent it because, it's only a genocide if you kill like, X percentage of the population and, or you know what I mean? It's, it's a way to make genocide only a thing that we observe after the fact and wring our hands about, but never can get ahead of and saying, hey, I think that this thing that's going on right now, I feel like this is leading to genocide, right? I feel like this is it's an all or he's literally, and it's such a weird thing for a lawyer to do, right? Alan's not stupid. He's not, okay, Chad, this is so bad, but I have to say it. He's not Loner Box, okay? I'm sorry, I just called Loner Box stupid, didn't I? Chad, there's a lot of stupid streamers out there, okay? But no, what I'm saying is that, like, Loner Box can be oblivious to the, actual definition of genocide, right? And most of his viewers aren't going to call him on that. But Alan Dershowitz, this man's supposed to know the law, right? He's bullshitting is what he's doing here.
And Hamas hid.
It's not a genocide if you claim all your targets are terrorists. True.
Behind civilians, and Israel, notwithstanding that, they had the best ratio of combatants to civilians of any war in recent times. Even if you take all the Hamas figures, it's less than 3-to-1. Probably closer to 1-to-1. At worst, it's 2-to-1. Most wars, it's 10-to-1 or 8-to-1. So there's not even a plausible claim of genocide. Only anti-Semites and people who are willing to engage in a blood libel are prepared to compare what.
Making claims about statistics in a region that has been where journalism has been, prevented to the point of fucking murdering journalists. Sent you a link to a video that covers this. Oh, the stages of genocide. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, this is the from the Lemkin Center. Wait, is that what you're talking about? 3 stages of, oh no, sorry, different thing. Testing an individual to see if they're willing to be part of a shared reality. So like cult stuff, basically, is what Vamps is talking about.
What Israel did defending itself in Gaza with what Nazis did in Germany, killing 6 million Jews, Roma people, people from all countries.
Tired old genocide denial talking points classic. This is the thing, though. You can get away with this when you're Destiny or your Loner Box, right? Because honestly, you're, look, if anybody's smart enough to realize how full of shit you are there, they've already left your community, right? They've already checked out.
Those were genocide. What the Muslims did in Turkey, killing the Armenians, that was genocide. What's going on now in Syria against the Kurdish people, that's genocide. These aren't war fighting defenses, that's genocide. But when a country tries to defend its civilians by killing terrorists who are hiding behind civilians and civilians die, you could call it a lot of things, but the one thing you cannot call it is genocide and maintain your credibility as a decent human being. That is a bloodline to call it genocide.
Sure, Pierce will have his say since he agrees it's a genocide now. We'll see.
Okay, you've all right. You've both made your.
I didn't make any points. I really didn't make any points.
I'm going to come to you, Bassem, for the. Bassem, I will come to you to respond. I just want to point out that on the Epstein scandal, what is quite telling is that the prediction markets, which people follow closely these days, Polymarket asked, will anyone be jailed over the Epstein disclosures? It reached a high of 48% at the beginning of the month, but it's now down to just 17%. And the Trump administration did, of course, promise, including on this show, that we'd see many prosecutions. It does seem quite extraordinary that now it's looking more and more likely that nobody will be jailed other than a woman, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, Bassem, you can have a final response to. Well, we need to see it, I think. Bassem, your final response.
I'd like to see it too. I'd like to see a complete, thorough investigation. Anybody who committed crimes, including falsely accusing people of crimes, should be put in jail. And any
asshole. Look at this. Look, even in his statement, his fucking, crocodile tears about fucking Epstein's crimes, and like, you know, his statement saying, yes, of course, you know, anybody that, you know, predated on these victims as children should be, you know, should be punished. But yeah, he makes sure to say, but some of these victims, they were no angels, actually. Some of these victims were recruiting for Epstein. Geez, I wonder why. Could it be because you're afraid that the guy's gonna fucking have you killed and you're gonna disappear? The earth is gonna fucking swallow you up if you don't do what he says, and you're like in your 20s, you've been groomed into this, right? He's looking to go after the victims criminally. Like, you know what this is about. This is about silencing victims. Hey, you've made a lot of noise. You've stood up there, you know, on the steps of Congress, and you know, you've been talking to members of you've made things very difficult for us, all right? And now we're going to let you know what, you know, now you're going to be the subject of prosecution. That's fucking insane. And what else is he saying? Also, anyone who made any false allegations. So this is just basically Me Too. Hey, listen, if you come forward, you better have like fucking video of whatever happened to you. You better have a slam dunk case. Otherwise, if you can't prove your case against your against, you know, your rapist, then you're the one that's going to jail here, right? That's what he's saying. This is like in the midst of his sweeping for the Epstein class, if not for Epstein himself, right? Dershowitz is threatening victims, I feel, right? Threatening a lawsuit at Bassem Yousseff. I'm not sure how serious he is about that, because I don't really think that he's got a case for defamation. I think he knows that. That's why he flipped it and said Bassem should sue him and called him a liar. And then you know, these sorts of, I mean, I think these, it feels like threats against victims, right? I mean, no doubt the Epstein class is still trying to silence victims. Is Alan still their surrogate? Quite possibly. But that's fucking crazy work, chat. That's crazy work to be so close to Epstein, to come on a, you know, debate show, and then to, like, in the midst of it, like, make threats at victims, and you know, and threats at anyone that would impugn, you know, your own morality. But my dono, says Crotchy, towards Anna, flipping out on Jink, showing her feet. What? No! Her take is doing feet content? Crotchy, is that real? Oh my god, did the Vanguard go over this too? I'm assuming? But yes, I will absolutely put your dono towards Anna flipping out on Jink. And anybody else that's got that's donated, or if you want to donate, make sure to let me know in the comments if you have one of these topics that you want to see as your bonus content. So we are coming down to the wire here a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna add that. Wait, was there another one? I feel like I haven't. I don't remember. I think you may be the first, Scratchy, to put your money where your mouth is by adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, unless I totally forgot and somebody absolutely did, in which case been mortified. Anyway, we're close to the end of this, I think.
Anybody who committed crimes, pedophilia or anything else like it, should be put in jail, and I hope they are.
Okay. On that, we're all agreed. Bassem, final word to you.
I think that Epstein Island showed us that in order to be powerful, you need first to be compromised. And as long as you're compromised, only then you can stay powerful. This is the conclusion of all of this. None of these people go to jail. There will be like a couple of fall guys, you know, Peter Attia, he will lose his thing, you know, all of this.
I don't know about that, chat. Isn't Barry Weiss standing strong with Peter Attia? And what's crazy is that Barry Weiss is actually connected, has a closer connection to Epstein through her partner. Barry Weiss's partner, Barry Weiss's wife, was connected to Epstein.
Important, but the billionaires, the people in power, they will be untouchable. We will not see a single person that's gonna go behind bar unless
Yep,
he's not
but
protected.
they have to be
And
guilty.
Mr.
They have
Dershowitz,
to be
why are
guilty.
you
Who are
people,
they?
dude?
Who
What?
are
I
they?
didn't even talk about you. Why are you? It's just like it's so frustrating talking to you.
I care about innocent people being prosecuted. I care about McCarthyism. I don't want to see a return of McCarthyism.
I'm
where
sorry,
people
sir.
are
What
found
did I
guilty
just
by
say that like?
association.
What did I just say that?
Well, how
like,
do we know if there are billionaires who were involved? If there are, let's name them. Let's get the evidence.
That was the problem with McCarthyism? Not, I don't know, a violation of the First Amendment? Like, what kind of fucking what kind of liberal democracy do we live in, chat? That's so fragile that you can't allow anybody to openly espouse, at least for a number of years, like a desire to move past capitalism as a mode of production. What kind of fucking democracy is that? And we're all like fucking side-eyeing the Soviet Union, and sure, there was, very, very pronounced, very obvious, very, very, very famous lack of free expression in countries like that. But the whole time, like, it's just like the United States is kind of just not in a position to, make these accusations about repression.
And let's prosecute them and let's put them in jail, but not on the basis of McCarthyism, not on the basis of guilt by association. Let's do it on the basis of real evidence. I'm in favor of that. You and I agree with that.
No one will be punished, and no one will go to jail, and these people will go when these files.
So what Alan is saying, just for anybody that's not clear, Alan's saying is that the problem with McCarthyism was, guilt by association, and in other words, he's okay with the government, House of Un-American Activities, going after people for their ideologies, blacklisting people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's just not okay with, well, if you're friends with a communist, you should not, that's too far.
The one thing that should have been done, that all of these people should now be at least investigated. We didn't even, you have like an FBI director, and you have, thank you, you have an FBI director who came out and said there's no sex trafficking, and the email proved otherwise. You have all of the people like, there's nothing, and then the emails proved otherwise. And you have like the FBI director Cash Patel, who said once America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. Don Bongino, second man in the FBI, said like Israel is very close to my heart. How do you expect?
Yeah, I agree, Crotchy. Pierce is sweeping too. He's on Dersh's side. Yeah, I think they're friends. I think Pierce is friends with, fairly close friends with Dersh, and some kind of friend with Trump. I don't know how close the connection to Trump is, but
truth from these people. I think, though, I mean, they are all like working for a different.
Wait, are there Vegas odds on? I don't know. Is Vegas even operating anymore? It feels like everything is like Kalshi. Wait, Kalshi, is that right? Am I saying the name of the betting thing, or Polymarket, Kalshi, etc.? I don't even know if Vegas does odds anymore.
Master, and they're not working for the American people. So I really don't expect anything. None of these people will see a day of investigation, a day of jail.
All I know, okay, all I know is
will be people who are useless or unimportant.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Bassem. I do think that, unfortunately, the Trump administration, before and after the election, made it clear they were going to be totally transparent. All the files were going to get released. We've now had 3 million heavily redacted files released, and there's apparently over 3 million more which are never going to see the light of day. That is not transparency. That is why the conspiracy theories
They should. I want
rage.
everything out.
But that's part of the problem, man. And if no rich, powerful people in the end are made remotely accountable, people will assume they are names that were redacted or never published. Yeah, but unless you publish the files, they can hide behind the.
If they're guilty, what is he even saying, chat? Like, this is a lawyer saying if they're guilty. You know what legal definition of guilt is? It's that I believe that it's actually that you've had this, you've been convicted, had the sentence pronounced, and maybe, had your opportunity for appeal as well, right? That's not going to happen. So then I guess it shouldn't happen to anybody, because it's only if they're guilty, and you're not going to get to that, guilt without, without redacting the names. It's a catch-22, in other words.
The lack of publication.
every name should be published, including the name of those who accuse them, so that if there's a false
Oh my
accusation,
God!
the people who have been accused
Did
can
you hear what he said? He literally just said, I want the victims' names unredacted as well. There we go.
confront their accusers. Otherwise, it's McCarthyism. That's why from day one, I wanted no redactions. I want everything out there. The only redaction should be for minors, people below the age of consent.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. I appreciate you both coming on and debating this, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
You're not going to agree about much,
Thanks for
but
having me.
I'm grateful for the debate. Thank you very much.
Stephen Sayers, other nations are taking action against those that are on the Epstein list. Yeah, yeah. And so, some of them just to, try to clean up the, reputation of, for instance, like the royals and, but for whatever reason, the wheels of accountability in some way are working in other nations and just not so much in the United States. Yeah, so that seems really interesting. I would totally get into it now because I'm actually open to the, idea that, I mean, there's something going on with Trump, right? In terms, it does feel like, he secretes his own reality wherever he goes, and for whatever reason, he's got enough useful idiots to kind of back that up with. And so I want to take a look at that, especially if you post it in Discord. But we've got limited time here. I do have a hard out in that I got to go to a Thai class after this, so I feel like we should probably get to the bonus content. So chat, I'm for real now, right? This is like, speak now or forever hold your peace. As far as the people that have donated or are going to donate, and if you want to, skew the poll or unskew the poll, as it were, this is like the last chance to make that happen. I'm trying to figure out if Omega said anything. Can I scroll that high? Put all my jellyfish on the cat. Yo! Oh, Davi says Anna and Jake, please. Okay, I got it. Okay, so Omega Star just put 30 on cat burglar. I'm glad I asked because it looks like we got to do some little bit of math here. And then Davi says yeah, cat burglar. I finally had to scroll way up to find that, but I was like, I know somebody else has said something, and sure enough it was Omega. So there we go, Omega. That's 30 on the cat burglar. Davi, that is Anna and Jank Uger. Why am I saying his name like that? I'm weird. Oh, weird. Okay, that's crazy. I think Davi's got it with the oh wow, let me just look at where we're at now. Oh, this is so weird. For some reason, I'm not able to scroll back on YouTube now. Anyway, YouTube's probably having issues. There's over 1,000 victims. Yeah, there's a lot of guilty people for sure. Yeah, it's crazy that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel try to claim that it just begins and ends with Epstein. It's pronounced Shaky Gurga. True, it is pronounced Shaky Gurga. It looks like that's what we're going with, chat. I can't like mathematically prove it, but I am very sure that Unless I'm just like, okay, so as far as votes go, it's Ethan's latest cringe that's ahead. And then Fox News China maxing, and then Anna flips out on Jink. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Anna flips out on Jink again. I'm sorry I can't show you the math, but my my YouTube API or whatever, it's UI. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, chat. It's not functioning right now, so I can't prove it to you mathematically, but you're just gonna have to take my word for it that that's the winner. And we're gonna go with it. All right, Vanguard, it is. Cillian, Billy, Anna, and Jink. Let's go.
I was shocked by this because we reacted, what, a week or so ago to this real bizarre moment on the Young Turks live where Anna just barges in, interrupts Jink midpoint, and is like, no one cares. Hijacks the conversation, literally tells Jink, no one cares about what you're saying right now. We both thought that was pretty bizarre, but you know, tensions can get high. People can say things, whatever. It happened again. It happened again, but somehow Anna comes off as even more rude and even more mean here to Jink. And I don't really understand why. It's just bizarre. Jink is in the middle of doing what he does best, and here comes Anna.
Return to McCarthyism. Are you just seeing that, Columbia Rican? Yeah, this is Alan Dershowitz. He likes to invoke McCarthyism. You know, cause it's really funny that somebody in his like kind of anti-leftist circles as he travels in these days is still on McCarthyism. But yeah, apparently he used to be somewhat of a liberal professor at Harvard. At least that's how he was considered. And you know, his one of his books is actually called Sexual McCarthyism. I think he's talking about Me Too. I think that is a book of him describing the Me Too movement as sexual McCarthy. So you can see, you know, we say birds of a feather flock together when it comes to Epstein and Dershowitz. There's the connective tissue. I mean, as if they're, you know, I just, you know, the other than the obvious connective tissue, right? The concern, you know, Epstein likewise seemed concerned about the Me Too movement.
Here comes Anna. This is so weird.
Palestinians will be murdered because we didn't join in with the right wing to fight on that one issue together. But I am morally pure left wing host.
Okay, Cenk, we have 2 hours. We have 2 hours. 2 hours to do a show that we've literally spent our entire day researching and working on. So I would appreciate if we just move on, please. Okay, we are not anyone's mother or father in the audience. Okay, you guys have the right to watch whatever you want to watch, vote for whoever you want to vote for. I don't have to explain myself to anybody. You don't have to explain yourselves to me. Let's move on. Let's get to the next story. All right.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Again, Jake is just like doing his thing, passionately ranting, whatever, and Anna's like, shut up.
Yeah, if you've ever watched any TYT, you know, this is how Jink moves, right? He'll be like, oh, so you don't like, you don't think we're morally pure enough, you know, like, right? He gets into this shit where he'll do like the voice of his perceived ops, right? You know, people that don't like TYT, people that don't fuck with TYT. Oh, I don't like TYT because it's not morally pure enough, right? He does that kind of shit all the time. It's goofy as fuck. It's definitely unk behavior. Cuck-uger, damn. But yeah, in this case, Anna's just not having it, right? And they kind of dropped us in here without any context. Hopefully they'll go find the I would love to see what the context of this outburst from Anna actually is. But yeah, she is in a very foul mood, it seems.
Shut the fuck up. Like, why are we even doing this show? Why are we even giving our commentary? No one cares. Like, it's just this weird energy where, again, Jink is just trying to do his job. Like, I have issues with Jink too, but he was doing his job. What a bizarre way to cut off your co-host.
Bro, it's a wrap. You can't do a show like this together. You can't do a show like this together. We are watching Mark.
Somebody said there's like foot content that they're doing now on the PBD show that she's on her take. Is that real? I don't really want to see. I actually don't want to see. Like, I don't know. I feel like some, I don't know. I'll get filed into some weird list if I show, you know, If she's showing her feet, if I show foot content, even if it's just to show that, oh, Anna's doing foot content now, I guess.
Mark my words. Watching this right now, like Jake can't continue to do a show.
No.
Like Anna Kasparian is ruining her career right now. I think she's happy to do it. I don't know what the fuck her plan is, but she made me feel bad for Cenk, and it's my job to dogpile.
Oh, the fuck.
Okay, but I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, okay, Cenk is doing what I do for a living. Cenk is going out there and fucking bearing his soul and being big and being over the top, but he is trying to communicate what he fucking believes to people, right? And he's trying to keep people's eye on the fucking screen so they continue to hear about these things. And yes, he's being hyperbolic, and yes, he's being dramatic because he wants you to engage. Okay, Anna, there's no point in anybody watching your fucking show if that's how they feel. Oh, I don't need to learn anything from you. I don't need to hear anything from you. Then don't do anything, Anna. Shut your fucking pie hole. Quit. Move on. We're better off without you. Cenk is better off without you. Cenk might even come back to fucking reality if you say,
oh my God,
you know what? God damn it. Let me just go join Tucker Carlson's network. I swear to God, that was so fucking rude.
Yeah, let's hear it one more time just for good measure, because it's not just even what she says, it's the tone of voice.
I've noticed this about and look, it's true. Like Anna went off the deep end before Cenk did, right? But with Cilly and Billy, I've noted, like, right, even in the beginning, they wanted to give Cenk more of the benefit of the doubt, and of course Cenk just, like, has absolutely shit the bed in a million different ways, right? But they're still here for like a Cenk redemption arc. I think that's interesting. I think these guys like grew up with TYT, so it's they would love to see a redemption arc if just for Cenk Uyghur in some way.
The way she's treating Cenk like her spoiled 6-year-old kid or something? Like, what is going on here?
That one issue together. But I am morally pure left-wing host.
Okay, Cenk, we have 2 hours. We have 2 hours. 2 hours to do a show that we literally spent our entire day researching and working on. So I would appreciate if we just move on, please. Okay, we are not anyone's mother or father in the audience.
Chat, I'm going a little long today. I hope you appreciate it, right? I gotta, like 15 minutes, I gotta heart out. I literally have to be in my class at that time, but I just want to finish this.
Yeah, look at Cenk. He looks downright pissed off himself. He looks like he's at the end of his rope. He's like, are you seriously doing this again? You already humiliated me last week. The Vanguard got 50,000 views fucking, making fun of this shit and how awkward our dynamic increasingly is. You got to prove their point again. You got to keep, driving the dagger deeper and deeper into my fucking flesh. Like, what is this shit? This is crazy. I would be so fucking pissed if obviously if you were treating me this way, if anyone on the show was treating us this way. It's just crazy way to fucking behave with people. It's not like they're debating. They're supposedly doing a show together in unison as co-hosts.
Bro, what the fuck? This fucking screenshot.
I mean, look, do I need to do the devil's advocate here? I'm not, I'm not a fan of Anna Turf-Sparian. I'm sure she wouldn't be, of me. The more she knew about me, probably the more she would despise me. But I will say that Cenk is annoying, and his histrionics oftentimes aren't entertaining, aren't funny. Chat, is this a divorce? Does Anna get me? And no, just kidding. I'm not gonna fucking sweep her. That would be so, chat, that would be a full-time job. That would be like a double job. That would be a triple job. Sweeping for Anna Kasparian, be like, oh, well, she didn't really mean that. Oh my God. But no, I do want to just point out, right, that Cenk is in fact a very annoying man. And I'm sure that spending years with him does not make him any less annoying.
I had to take one just now. Like, this is honestly because it's the most relatable image. Even if you divorce it from what's happening, this look that Cenk is giving is the look I've given the Young Turks every time I've tuned in for the last 3 years now. Like, what is happening?
He looks like he just lost a long custody battle for his children. He's just, or like,
I do feel like Anna goes too far here, right? I do feel like for somebody that you're friends with, right? For somebody that you want to work with, right? I don't know. I like, you should know that you can't, like, right, at some point you can't continue to work with. You can't look, if he's so annoying that it makes you, like, toxic, you can't keep working with him. She's like 2 decades deep. Talk about sunken cost fallacy.
Ben Affleck is just like smoking the cigarette, just like totally done with everything. That's the synergy here.
It's the first shot of Dustin Hoffman after the court ruling in Kramer versus Kramer. I completely agree with you. He's a broken man now. He's like, I did everything right and I got fucked. You did not do everything right, Cenk, but boy, in your head you think you did.
Yeah, either way, totally weird shit. And then again, shout out to Hank, winners and losers in chat. There's one more quick moment here that supposedly is worth reacting to, where we clowned Anna a little bit, but now it's Cenk's turn in the hot seat. He goes on a pathetic,
Is she looking to go solo? I mean, I wouldn't, very possibly.
Diatribe about how the left just hates everyone, and like, we're supposed to be the side of love, but what's with all this hate, bro? So let's hear this out real quick.
Position is
get to your class quickly, or they'll leg kick you into the new world. It's not a Muay Thai class, Crotchy. I know better than to show disrespect for my crew.
And that hatred, but
Actually, that's what we call a teacher too. That's funny. Yeah, crew is like what your Muay Thai teacher. You call them a crew. Your crew, and same thing for teacher. A teacher is also. I mean, it just means teach. They're teaching you Muay Thai, or they're teaching you, in this case, Pasa Thai, which is Thai language.
Have convinced their audience that
Muay Thai, Thai boxing.
The left-wing position is hate, and that hatred is awesome, and you should hate your fellow Americans. And if anyone ever voted for Trump, you should hate them forever. And it doesn't even matter if they agree with you now. It doesn't matter if they agree with you on important issues or all issues. It doesn't matter. You have to focus on the hate.
And by the way, I don't know a single left-wing commentator. I literally am struggling to think of a single one that's ever said that about Trump.
Oh my God.
You hate them forever. Voters, like people who voted for Trump and now admit that they're wrong. Like, can you think of anyone?
Maybe
that says
Edgelord Vosh in like 2017. Maybe like that. It would have had to have been like that era of like Edgelord, like, oh, if you voted for Donald Trump, you should redact yourself. Like, I'm sure you could find examples of people saying that, but for the most part, it's not in the form of.
Yeah, he's trying to show himself as the good liberal, right? Which is should always be sus. Nearer to the far world, in my opinion. Cenk groomed Anna. She was 19. I didn't realize. I knew she was young. I did not realize she was that young. I can't really speak to that question, but yeah, I mean, she's definitely wow.
Of serious commentary.
Yeah, and I feel like even
Anna's sleep paralysis demon is a Zionist poodle. Wait, are you talking about specific content creator there?
Just left-wingers admit that, like, all right, we got to try to at least get the voters back on our side. Like, if when it comes
like
to
somebody she debated on Pierce.
Voters,
absolutely. I was more talking about broadcasters.
Right, broadcasters. Yeah, we're vicious as fuck to them. And obviously, Cenk is using voters to fill in for himself and Anna because he can't help but strawman the cause of his critics and the message of his critics. But yeah, no one has ever said we should hate all Trump voters forever. They're not even American. Fucking kill them. Like, no one says that, bro. You're just responding to a fake fucking point. You're literally strawmanning the position of your critics.
Them forever. And it doesn't even matter if they agree with you now. It doesn't matter if they agree with you on important issues or all issues. It doesn't matter. You have to focus on the hate. You must hate the other side. That's what they tell you. If you like that, and that's the thing that I get it. It's emotional release, etc. Okay, then God bless. Go over to those shows. We're saying that hate cannot drive out hate. That it's some.
He literally thinks he's like Martin Luther King Jr. or some shit. He's literally fucking appropriating an MLK quote about how darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can, or some shit.
Only light can do that.
Yeah, he's literally acting like that's his original thought here in response to the people who make fun of him and Anna for being fucking enablers of fascism and professional panders to Nazis.
Well, hey, you can say that if you want, okay? But what I'm gonna tell my audience is that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice, okay? And you know what? Strike me on one cheek, I'll turn my face, and you can strike the other cheek because I am a man.
Yeah, crazy shit. I think there's a few more seconds here.
Well, we've got to realize that we're all citizens here. And yes, we've all been misled. We've all been misled. You think we've been misled by the Democrats? So we're all going to hate each other forever and ever because we got misled at some point by dirty politicians, the worst people on earth, all the people who work in national media whose job is to
look. This is rich coming from somebody that has driven hate against immigrants, against trans people, and against homeless people. This is fucking rich that Cenk all of a sudden, doesn't want to amplify the hate. That's fucking rich, guy. We don't want to hate MAGA. Save that hate for marginalized groups, I guess.
Lie to you, to divide you, and you're going to help them with that division instead of taking your country back? If you are, great. There's right-wing shows and left-wing shows that love that hatred. And by the way, does that help Israel?
And Cenk is like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to join the right wing. I'm going to join the right wing. I'm going to join all the people who just supported Donald Trump, right? I am going to support all the people who still do not post critically of Donald Trump, right? That's the other elephant in the room that we have to address. It's not like Tucker's out here being critical of Trump. He's clapping for him. He's not talking about the Epstein files.
We have a audio syncing issue.
He's not talking about how our foreign policy is a disaster. He's not pointing his finger at Trump and saying, you're the problem. Is Candace Owens doing that? Of course not, Cenk. She's talking about how Charlie Kirk was killed in September, okay? We're fucking 5 months away from that. That's what your allies are doing because it's about anti-Semitism. It's about clicks. It's about driving their fucking numbers and manipulating the discourse. That's what they're doing, Cenk. They're playing you and especially Anna like a goddamn fiddle. All of these new allies of yours, they hate everything that even you purport to stand for. And again, I will remind everyone in chat that as much as Anna and Cenk want to say these guys are on our side, they will never ever criticize Trump. Tucker will never ever criticize Trump. He's not coming out here and talking about how the fucking economy is getting destroyed by Donald Trump. He won't come out here and talk about how the tariffs are being a fucking extremely detrimental to our economy even months later. He won't talk about any of that shit because he needs to be able to get in the room to clap for him about his oil deals so that he can get the inside scoop on what's happening in Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, etc.
Justin writes in, the House yesterday passed more egregious voting rights act. His best buddy, Massey, also voted for Massey's one-issue Trojan horse who's infiltrated populist confines. And yes, the populace fell for it. A Trojan horse will lure you in with one goal, your destruction. The House yesterday passed more egregious voting rights act. His best buddy, Massey, also voted for it. Yeah, I'm done with that. Hey, listen, if you're one of these folks who thinks like, I cannot understand simple concepts. I agree with Massey on this, and I don't agree with him on the Voting Rights Act. And you think, oh, you agree with him on one issue. He agrees with us. Use your mind.
You said you would support him for fucking president. Do you think the president does one thing, you brainless fucking dope?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's not like we over
Even
here.
if you don't support him for president, if you pick him out and say this is one of the good ones here, right? You lower the barrier. If I was a pod John, I'd say you provide the permission structure for them to, consider, hey, like maybe sometime I vote for if I've been told that, like, the Democrats are all stinky, and then this Massey guy, he's like the good Republican, maybe I decide, I don't know, maybe to go with the good Republican. What's the worst that could happen? Oh my God. Anyway, I'm riding it as long as I can, chat.
Thomas Massey's good. That's been our fucking analysis. Jink has been advocating that the dude becomes president. That's fucking crazy.
D. Valentin, CD Norstag, thank you.
I think there's some context here. I want to give you the context, right? They look and see like a longer version of the first clip they watched. So,
Dog Dad, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Michelle Moody, thank you for gifting 5. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna say one last thing to Just Jim, who wrote in, who's a member on our website, tyt.com. Brother, I don't know how many times I gotta say this. When one person, not that we agree with Tom Massey comes and agrees with us on anti-war, on Epstein files, on Israel. What do you want me to do? Oh, well, okay, we don't agree with Massey on other things. How many times have I told you we don't agree with Massey on other things? He votes for the Republicans.
I love how they think cheerleading for Republicans somehow helps. If you cheerlead for the good Republicans, right? The only thing you could do is maybe give their opposition a fucking quiver in their, like an arrow in their quiver, because now it's like, oh yeah, this is the Massey. He likes Cenk Uygur of the liberal, right? I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're not doing it, right?
91% of the time. Nobody told you to vote for Massey. What do you want me to do? Say, no, I reject
The only thing glazing Republicans up does, chat, is gives this motherfucker access.
Massey's help. I don't want his help at all. You know what? My feelings are more important than Israel's occupation of America.
Oh my God.
It's more important than the genocide. So I'm going to reject Massey's help. I'm going to reject Tucker Carlson's help because I am pure. Unless someone agrees with me 200%, I cancel them. Okay, congratulations, Jim. Go ahead and cancel them. And say,
if you want to make fun of someone, you gotta like do something that they do. You gotta present something that they are actually thinking, or at least is similar to what they've said. And when Jink is like, I am morally pure, it's just like, yeah, said no one ever. I don't know, like, it's just like, it's what are we supposed to do with that?
We're never going to work with anyone who's trying to.
This is why I think he's cringe, right? He's trying to do something, he's kind of the internet has moved past its need for TYT, is what I'm trying to say.
The genocide, who's trying to end the occupation of America because we disagree with them on other things. How many times you guys, like, I hope that 99% of you understand this super simple concept.
I think.
Is this where she comes in?
Super dumb left.
But this is actually interesting. This is what leads into Anna then what we reacted to earlier,
Mm-hmm.
which actually does low-key make a little bit more sense. So I do kind of understand Anna's frustration a bit more now, because Jink is just going on and on, responding to every person in chat, getting triggered as fuck every time he's disagreed with or called out. So you kind of get Anna now being like, shut the fuck up, bro. We have stories that we've been planning all day. Stop fucking responding to people in chat.
I mean, she's literally, she's alluding to what they've researched, and she's suggesting that they're not going to get to maybe some of the stuff that they've done work and research for because of Jink's histrionics. That's a little bit more understandable. That being said, she's just, she's obviously rude to him in a way where you just can't do this, right? If you hate hosting with him so much, you should move on. But
I get that, because unlike our show,
instead we get this.
It's supposed to be like a 2-hour thing. It doesn't just go on for however long they fucking feel like it. So I guess I do understand her energy a little bit more, although it's still very rude and out of pocket.
Bro, you still can't do a show with somebody who's going to treat you like that on air. There has to be a level of trust that even if your bit isn't landing, that you're going to you're going to wait for like the natural time. You're like, all right, bro, let's move on to this next time. Like, you know what I'm saying, right? You can't just be like, fuck you, that's stupid, in the middle of somebody's rant. Like, that's you can't perform after that. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't be confident because you're going to be pissed off at your co-host for the next hour at least.
Oh, I don't think you ever have heard the Vanguard's theme song any faster than that, chat. With that, chat, I literally have to go. I'm reading you into cosmopolitics right now because Christina is also talking about Cenk Uygur. I saw Jink's face, so I made a very quick choice to raid there. Much love to everybody in Thumb Gang. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Let me read out the Patreons really quick. If I even have time to do it, I should do it super quick. Shouts out if you subscribe to me at the $5 level or above on Patreon. I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're at the end, here they are. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Darful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Woke, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Shoki, shouts out to Marina Rape, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zero Xerix. With that being done, chat, I gotta send you on into Cosmopolitics, so have fun in there. I will catch you on the flip side. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow, and we'll pick up from there. Thank you everybody for liking the stream, especially if you're liking the stream on your way out, because that's a great way to do it. Anyway, rating and ending stream, and then going to class, going directly to class. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go straight to class.